Fuck, you know. Why is it a joke? Your friend told you it was not much different. That's the joke. It's shit. And it's extremely expensive for what is effectively shit. Like, holy shit, that fucking console is a joke. You're waiting for the Slim. The Slim already came out like a year ago. It just wasn't called the Slim, but it was the Slim version. Is a stream title meant to be a Better Call Saul reference? No. But it is meant to be taken very literally. PS5 Pro, what a joke. It is a joke. Holy shit, probably one of the biggest jokes that Sony has ever put out. And they put out some crackers of jokes. Like Concord, that was a great joke. But this, wow, this is something. This is probably the biggest joke I've ever seen from Sony. Holy shit. I've got a lot to speak about on this one. I got a lot of things to get out on this one. Fucking hell. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, man. Couldn't believe it. Let me get these things out of my way here. These recordings. I need to put these on another hard drive, to be honest with you. Do that later. Get those over there. Oh, my days. No, it is... Wow. Wow. I need to turn this music off because it's too cheerful for what it is. It's too cheerful, man. For this terrible. How the fuck do you get rid of it? How do you get rid of lobby music? Where is it? Where's lobby music at? Oh, it's here. Oh, oh shit. Okay, I don't mind that plays. That's more like it. Is there something that's like not obnoxiously loud? Like, is there something that's just like a very nice like calm beat in the background? That's not it. That ain't it. I can't lie though. I want to put that as my next one. Oh my god, imagine listening to that every time I play the game. Alright, that's going to be the next music. Let's just turn it off for now. Alright, let's just... Oh shit. Black Spider-Man, yeah? Love that. Alright. Where do I even start with the PS5 Pro, man? Where do I even start with this thing? Where do I even start? I don't even know where to start with this thing. Alright, so for anyone who doesn't know, hasn't seen it, I don't know how you've not seen it. The thing is like... The thing is expensive. Like, it's ridiculously expensive. $699 US, which in pounds would be about £540, right? Obviously with no taxes. So with taxes, you would expect it to be somewhere in the 700s, maybe low 800s, right? In the UK, it's effectively, it's £699, right? £699. So actually, yeah, sorry. If you're going to see it in dollar value, it should be high 700s, high 800s max, right? If you're gonna look at the British price in dollars, it should be about, you know, high 700, low 800s. It's $914. So that's what the British price is. It's 914 US dollars. It's fucking ridiculous how high it is. Because if you took it to the, you know, the British price should be £540 plus 20%, which would be the British tax, the British VAT. It's not like that. It's nothing like that. It's $699. It's fucking ridiculous. The thing is so expensive. The most that Americans will pay is, you know, the highest American taxes, I think, will put it somewhere in the high 700, low 800s. So it's nowhere near anywhere what the fucking British price is. The British price is fucking insane. Insane. It should be 650 in the UK at the max. 650. I think I did some calculations earlier, and it would come out about 640 after all the taxes and everything. It was a reasonable price. So let's say 650. So 650 would be a more reasonable price. But even then, the fucking console is so expensive. It's so ridiculously expensive for what it is. So let me read off exactly what they fucking said on this. This is ridiculous. So PS5 Pro. Let me read off what Mark Cerny and all that was saying. So the GPU has 67% more compute units than the PS5 and 28% faster memory. So overall, this enables up to 45% faster rendering for gameplay. 45%. 45%. So you're saying that the console has to go from, what was the, well, I don't even know what the American price of the standard PS5 is, but I think the British price is like 4 something. Let me have a look. I don't even know how much it is in the UK anymore. I got it for 450 back when it came out, but I don't know what it is at the moment. So let's have a look. PS5. The PS5 currently for the disc version is, I think it's is it 475? I don't even know, because like there's a lot of the places are sold out at the moment, annoyingly so it makes it hard for me to find it. But let me see. What's Argos saying? They probably have some. So the full normal one is about 475, 479, and the slim is 388. So let's go with the 388 one or 389 one, because that's the slim. You know, that's a digital version. Sorry, the digital version is more, you know, better comparison, because the PS5 Pro is digital, you know, by standard. So you're looking at what? Double the price almost. You know, so you could buy the slim PS5 or you know, digital edition for just under 400, and the new the Pro is what, like 700. That's fucking insane. So 45% extra compute, like 45%. That's all they've managed to do, is 45% faster rendering. That's all they've managed to achieve, and they're charging way more than 45% extra. They're charging almost double for what is effectively quite a small increase in performance. You know, you'd expect the performance to be a lot more than 45%. The advanced ray tracing is an absolute bullshit right there, because let's be honest, ray tracing really comes into its own when you design games around it, not just adding bits. So at the moment, most games are still built with traditional, you know, traditional kind of lighting and all that built in, and they use, you know, a lot of times games will just use ray tracing for small things like mirrors and stuff like that. Mirrors and maybe some small sources of water and stuff like that. Maybe shadows. Most games don't bother using it for the full lighting because they don't have anywhere near enough ray tracing capacity for that. So what Sony's done is they've increased the capacity. So you might say, oh, well, maybe that means that developers will utilize it and build entire games utilizing full ray tracing. No, that's not going to happen, because you have to remember the lowest console in this generation is the Series S. And that has no capabilities really for anything advanced. Like most games on the Series S, from what I've seen, well, even if they have ray tracing, it's very minute. And some games just get rid of ray tracing entirely. They don't bother with any ray tracing on the Series S. So every multi-platform game has to be designed with the Series S in mind. So they're not going to go and design entire new lighting systems for this tiny amount of people that have the PS5 Pro. They're going to give the PS5 Pro users the exact same as everyone else, and if they're lucky, they might just get slightly enhanced mirrors, slightly enhanced shadow ray tracing. Like that's how they'll do it. They won't bother with making the entire the global lighting ray tracing. So it's pointless. It makes no sense to get it for that, because it won't ever utilize any of those fully. Like at most, maybe I guess on GTA 6, it will give people on the PS5 Pro might get fully ray traced mirrors at max, at the best look, the best appearance. Not just, I imagine the PS5 standard, it will have ray traced mirrors, but it will be very basic. It won't look very amazing. But I imagine the PS5 Pro, it will be like everything. It will look really good. But is that really worth all that money just to get slightly better mirrors and maybe if you're lucky a few more, maybe water? I don't know. It's a waste. In my opinion, that's a waste of time. Even on PS5 exclusives, it won't be utilized fully, because on PS5 exclusives, you still got the fact that there's 40 to 50 million PS5s already in the wild. What developer's going to say, yeah? Like, yeah, I could see some developers including it just to show off the features, but they're not gonna put in a lot of effort. They're not gonna put insane effort into it. You also need a new TV and monitor to support some of the shit. Actually, no, not really. To be honest with you, a lot of this stuff is all. It has nothing to do with the monitor or the TV. As long as you have a 4K screen, which to be honest with you, 4K has been quite common for years now. I think it's actually hard not to get a 4K TV at this point. Like whenever I go anywhere to look for TVs, it's almost impossible to get a non-4K TV now, unless if you're looking at sub 32 inches. But to be honest with you, at sub 32 inches, you're probably not going to care that much if you're sitting away from it. But most people are going to have 40-inch or above, and to be honest with you, most people will probably be on 4K now in some form when it comes to TVs. If you're talking about computer monitors, yeah, most computer monitors aren't 4K, that is true. But honestly, TV-wise, yeah, most people will be on 4K, and there's not really any. You don't need a new TV monitor to have ray tracing. You don't need a new TV monitor to have faster, rendering. None of that affects it. The only thing that will be affected is if you're running something at 4K, which is that's it. But most people will already have 4K screens, so they will already be able to utilize that anyway, and 4K TV. I mean, I guess you could argue, the only argument there is if you want to, if someone's saying, if someone has a cheap TV, let's say if you have a cheap 4K TV, maybe a £300 4K TV, and you say, should I buy a PS5 Pro or should I buy an OLED TV? Then you would say, buy the OLED TV. A PS5 standard on an OLED TV will look so much better than a PS5 Pro on a 4K £300 4K screen, because although the resolution will be the same, you're looking at other things. You're looking at the quality of the blacks. On an OLED TV, you'll get pure black. On OLED the pixels turn off, so you'll be at pure blacks, which is way above anything that a normal TV. So that in my opinion is where you want to go if you want to get yourself a better experience. I wouldn't waste my money on this. I'd buy myself a better TV, to be honest with you. Like, I wouldn't waste my time. If I already had a PS5, if you already have a PS5 and you're looking, do I upgrade to this or do I get a better TV? Get a better TV. Trust me, a better TV will do wonders. You can get yourself a 120 hertz TV, which means that you can also run sometimes, you can run in the, where some games will have 40 hertz modes, 40 FPS modes that will allow you to get, better performance, and we're still with a decent resolution than, the standard 30 FPS modes. It looks better, it feels better. That's the only time, honestly, I'd say there's an argument there. But honestly, no, you don't need a new TV for the most part. The only thing that really is different with this thing is what they call the AI-driven upscaling. So they're using sort of like how Nvidia does it. Nvidia has DLSS on their graphics cards, which is an AI-based upscaling. It allows upscaling to look much better. So on the PlayStation 5 standard and the Xbox as well, they all use what is basically FSR or some variation. They either use FSR, which is AMD's version, or they use Sony uses a lot of their own custom upscaling techniques. They use checkerboarding and stuff like that. Lots of different types of upscaling techniques. And that's the only thing that this thing will do better, is that, in my opinion, it's really going to justify it. but even not for that price, is it means that the resolution, the upscaling will be better. So it means they can pick a lower resolution native and still have it come out look better than the standard upscaling that they usually get. Because whether you like it or not, and I'm a big AMD person, but I have to admit, Nvidia's DLSS is better than FSR. That is objectively the case. No one can say otherwise. Objectively, Nvidia's DLSS is better than AMD's FSR. I prefer using. I don't really like AI-driven ones. I don't know. I don't particularly. I think it restricts a lot of developers. They have to work with the company to get their versions out. But I guess if you're already working with Sony anyway for the PlayStation version, you've already got you can just do that. But I don't particularly like it in Nvidia's case, because Nvidia is very painful to work with, from what I've understood. So, but anyway, that's what PlayStation does. So they've jumped on the AI upscale train. So they've got some custom hardware in there. I don't know if it's like Sony's custom hardware or if it's AMD's hardware. AMD doesn't have the right hardware in their GPUs currently to do that. Although they do on their professional GPUs, so GPUs typically used for for servers and stuff, I believe. Those ones do, for anything like like they for some reason have it. I don't know why, but their personal GPUs, the ones that you typically buy if you're just a user, they don't have those the right they don't have the right hardware to do that. So I don't know if AMD. I mean, I know AMD is working towards bringing that to their personal, their standard GPUs. I believe that they are moving towards that. But whether they've brought this forward, I don't know whether they brought this forward for the PS5 Pro, or if they specifically designed it for the PS5 Pro, or if Sony did it. I don't know. I don't know whether Sony put their own designed it themselves. I don't know. But somewhere they've managed to get this hardware that can allow it to use AI upscaling. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't exactly know what's going on. Maybe that's what's brought a lot of the cost. Maybe AMD wasn't able to provide it, so Sony had to do it themselves, and it cost them a lot of money. But even then, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'll be honest. I don't see it worth it. I think for a lot of people, it would be a complete waste of time and a waste of money to buy a PS5 Pro. If you're buying a brand new console out of the blue, maybe. But if you haven't got if you've got an expensive TV, unless if you're wealthy and you've already got yourself a really nice OLED TV that's maybe a max of 2 years old, okay, I can understand maybe you want to buy it. If you're someone and you're running a £300 4K TV from like 6 years ago, no, don't waste your money. Don't waste your money. If you're running sub 4K, don't waste your money. If you're running 4K but it's a cheap TV or an older TV, don't waste your money. If you're someone who's running an OLED TV, a 4K OLED TV from like last year, yeah, I think it's worth it then. But I wouldn't say it's worth it other than that. I think it's a complete waste of money other than that. I think it's an absolute joke that they've put out for 700 quid. That is fucking ridiculous. Obviously, it also depends if you're American or not. If you're American, it's probably a better value. If you're Sony, if you're like a European or you're a PlayStation UK fan, yeah, you're fucked. It's just too expensive. What servers do I play on? European? I don't know, European West? Not sure what the servers are. Following subs. It just classifies Rebecca as a sub because she's a mod. It's not actually a sub, it just classifies her as a sub because she's a mod. Because all mods in this stream get given sub privileges, but obviously I don't have subs enabled, so the bot just does that. Can I join you, Unreal and Zero Build? We don't play ranked, just a heads up. We're not really a ranked group. We just have fun. What is this gift you got from me? The syrup one. So they haven't said. Have they said where the what kind of performance we'll be getting? I haven't seen anything. Oh yeah. Also, this thing comes with a 2 TB hard drive. I guess that's cool. SSD, sorry. So I guess that's cool. But I haven't seen anywhere about the actual performance. To be fair, I didn't actually watch it because I was like, this is a load of shite. But it seems that Mark was basically saying they want more graphics performance in order to deliver the visuals they want at a frame rate of 60 FPS. So It leads to a difficult decision for players between the high resolution of fidelity and the smoother frame rates of performance. I mean, I've never had the hard decision there. It's always performance, even if it looks much shitter. I don't care about the looks of the games. I mean, I used to play games on PC on like low to medium for years when my GPU was getting old. I was fine with that. To be honest with you, if you want 120 FPS, so this is where maybe getting a new TV is kind of, yes, you would need it. If you want to have 120 FPS performance, you would need a new TV, unless if you already have a TV that has 120 FPS. A lot of cheaper TVs won't have 120 FPS, and a lot of older TVs won't either. So if you wanna, again, this is what I'm saying. If you're gonna be wanting something like this, if you don't have a new TV or a high-end TV, there's no point getting it. But I don't see them really mention anything about 120 FPS very much. It seems to primarily they just want to make it so that fidelity can run at 4K. But the fact they're including an AI upscaler suggests to me that they're not really. It feels to me that if they're putting an AI upscaler in it already, they already know that their games won't be able to go native 4K often anyway. I have a feeling, because remember, you have to remember a lot of this stuff, a lot of the especially performance, like especially speed, relies heavily on, especially like open world games, heavily relies on CPU, right? Open world games heavily rely on CPU, and the CPU on the PS5 Pro is the exact same CPUs as on the PS5. So I can see the situation arising with open world games, cough cough GTA, where it won't make any major difference. The only thing it might mean is that you can play. Honestly, I don't even see that. I think it'll mostly be that, yeah, you can run on a lot of games 4K native 60, but I think that newer games will probably still have upscaling to some extent. So an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution will be available in the PS5 Pro to automatically upscale in-game scenes as well. And there's Sony highlighted how this can make distant groups in the game like Ratchet and Clank look much clearer. Well, who gives a fuck if the background doesn't look clear? Who gives a fuck? Who pays £700 to see shit in the background? What the dumbest thing that is. I don't know, this is fucking stupid, I think. Yeah, so that's pretty much all they said. And it has to be on certain games as well. Certain games have to be in, so not all games will be enhanced. I'll be honest, I honestly don't see the point. Like, I'll be honest, when I look at this, I just don't see the point. Like, I see nothing here that really justifies the price. Like, and I'm looking at these pictures, and they're not that much more improved. In fact, I would say that some of the pictures are not that. Bro, I'm looking at some of these pictures they showed off, and they look almost identical. There's some slight. I can see the improvement in performance mode. I can see a slight improvement in that, but like again, when you're playing the game, you're not gonna notice when you're in motion. You're not gonna notice these like imperfections on the performance mode. That is really bad. Holy shit! Like that's all they. No, that's crazy. 700 quid for that. Wow. I'll be honest, like I don't even see the point of getting it for GTA 6 at this point. Like I really don't. Because you just wait until the next gen and then just get the next gen for, just what? I don't even see the point. I don't even see the point, to be honest with you, because like GTA 6, let's say if GTA 6 comes out next year, that's what, 2 to 3 years before the next gen. If it, at most 3 years, probably looking more like 2 at this point. I would say, yeah, because look at previous gens. Remember, the PS4 to the PS5 was 7 years. So so we're in 2024 at the moment, right? So yeah, if the PS6 could very likely come 2027, unless if they push it back, it'll be next year. What, the PS6? No, it won't be next year. The PS6 is likely to be 27, 28, but it's probably more like 27. 7-year lifespan. The PS4 to 5 was 7 years. And the PS3 to 4 was, I think, 7 years as well. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah. So... Oh, GTA 6. I mean, there's no guarantee. It's likely to be next year, but there's no guarantee. This is what I'm saying, though. I don't feel the Pro is coming at the right time. It's too late in the gen. Even then, like, the thing is, why would you want to spend all that money when you could just wait 2 years and get yourself a much better choice? There's no guarantee that... I mean, there's no guarantee that GTA 6 will even run in fidelity at 60 FPS at native 4K. They might end up making... Because obviously the CPU is still bottleneck. So it's possible that they'll still have to upscale it for GTA 6. That's the thing, we don't know. For open world games, a lot of the pressure on open world games is the open world. So if the open world is heavy, then there's no guarantees it will even look, that would be that much more impressive. I don't know, for 45%, all that extra money for 45% faster rendering, 45, not even 50. They couldn't even hit 50 for the precious, so they can put like some nice wording on, 50. No, they've only hit 45%. That's terrible. That's dreadful. For 700 quid. Fucking hell, that is dreadful. Honestly, this thing is a mess. Nothing I've seen here makes it really impressive to me. Like, I've not seen anything in the pictures that really looks impressive. It's like looking at when Nvidia releases a new picture of like their latest GPUs and they show like the 5090 over the 4090 and it's like, bro, like it looks almost identical. What are you even fucking showing off at this point? Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Joe, it's £700. Get this, yeah. In America, it's $700. In the UK, it's £700. So if it was the American price, if you convert the British price to the American dollars, it's $914 US. Mind you, they would have to have something ridiculous like a 30% tax to get anywhere close to that number. And no American states have a 30% sales tax. In fact, most American states that have sales taxes, they're ridiculously low compared to the UK. So all these Americans have been saying things like, oh, after taxes, the price will be the same or similar. I'm like, no, it fucking won't. No, it fucking won't. It won't even be close. Like, your sales taxes are nowhere near British VAT. Even after your taxes, you're still going to be paying a fucking way less in America. It's like bullshit. No, I'm so fucking pissed off, man. Like, all these companies are the same now. All they give a fuck about is releasing the same shite, slightly packaged a little bit newer and charging a fortune for it. Fuck me. I'm gonna be honest, look, if you're gonna get yourself a PlayStation 5, unless if you've got a really nice TV and you've got money to spare, get yourself a standard PS5. I'll be honest. Like, if you've got yourself an OLED 4K TV that's no more than 3 years old, and you've got a load of money and you've maxed out your ISIS for the year, okay, sure, why not? Stick it in a PS5 Pro. Be my guest. But if you don't have a latest TV, if you don't have a nice OLED TV, get yourself an OLED TV. If you've got spare money, get a nice OLED TV. Trust me, way bigger upgrade than this. A nice, big, sexy OLED TV. Oh my days, that will do wonders. Trust me, that will do fucking wonders for your gaming experience. All right, do that. If you've not got enough money and your ISAs aren't maxed out, don't bother. Just put your money in savings. Trust me. If you don't own a house, put your money in savings. If you don't have a good pension, put your money in savings. If you've got money to spare, if you're some motherfucker that's you've got yourself a nice house already, your mortgage is low, your pension contributions are fat as fuck, and you're going to be wealthy when you're an old ass bastard, yeah, by all means. But if you're anything else, waste your money. No, do not do it. Don't waste your money on this shit. You could put your money into savings, you can put your money into investments, you can put your money into pension, whatever. It is better than this shite. This shite, 700 fucking quid for this. For the discless version. For the discless version. So this is where Joe, this is where it gets crazy, bro. So it's £700, right, for the PS5 Pro. It is then another £80 to £100 for the disc drive. It is then another. So if you want discs, you're going to be paying almost another 100 on it. If you want to get the fucking vertical stand, because for some reason it doesn't come with the vertical stand, it's like an additional 30 quid. So you're going to be paying over 120, 130 more for a fucking disc drive and vertical stand if that's what you like. So it's a fucking ridiculous price. Holy shit, what a terrible price. I don't know, man. For a mid-gen refresh. For a mid-gen refresh. Crazy. Why do folks feel superior because they have iPhone? Because iPhones are the in ticket, you know, you gotta be cool. You know, you got. It's all about the fuck. It's the same thing. Why do folk look cool or feel cool when they have fucking designer shirts on? It's all about showing off to other people. It's bollocks, man. Calm down. It's not worth getting this pissed at. It is worth it, bro. Because if people don't get pissed off at this shit continues to be a problem, bro. Like this is a problem because there's so many fucking people out there who are so fucking stupid with their money. You know? It pisses me off. The reason why everything is so fucking expensive these days is because there's too many arseholes out there buying shit that is way overpriced and saying, oh, well, you know, it's just, I've got the money, so why not? Well, good for fucking you, but thanks to you, everything is so fucking expensive nowadays. Thanks to people like you, we have these things. We have phones are over 1,000 fucking quid these days. Like, what the fuck has happened? There's too many people out there who can barely afford to feed themselves, and they're buying iPhones at full price. There's too many motherfuckers out there who are saying, oh, I need a council home, while they fucking dress in designer clothing and have fucking this shit, bro. It's ridiculous. People need to have education on how to spend money and how to save money, because it's fucking disgusting how many people out there are spending insane amounts of money on shit that they do not need purely because they think they can. It's fucking terrible. And now we're sitting in a situation because of that where the prices keeps going up and keeps going up because of it. It's fucking actually pisses me off. Actually pisses me off, man. Oh my god. I read a story earlier, and I know this is just one person, but I read a story earlier. This person was writing on Reddit. So get this, yeah, they were 19 years old. 19 years old, right? They took out 180, well, so they wanted a £100 loan for a food shop. They took a loan out with £80 interest on it. £180 for a £100 loan. And they think that was good. They said when they did that it was a good amount. You know, £80 on a £100 loan isn't bad. And I'm like, bro, how can anyone sit there and think £180 to pay back is good for a £100 loan? Like, that's almost double the cost. That's almost double the fucking cost of the £100. And this person thought that was a good loan to take out. £180 to pay back on £100. That is fucking ridiculous. And they thought that was a good loan. And the reason they wrote this post is because they were about £2,350 in debt at the age of 19 years of age. 19, not even in their 20s yet, and they had £2,000+ worth of debt. Some shit like that. It was ridiculous. And they only made, I think, $1,600 a month in working in NHS, so they didn't make a lot. And then they're now ill. I think they've been off work for a bit because they got ill and it's fucked. They broke like some ribs or something, and so they've not been able to work for a couple months. So their income's even lower. But the fact that they took this loan out, this wasn't a loan made in desperation when they were out of work. They made this loan when they were in work. So when you're working full time, why the fuck would you ever take out a loan for £100 and pay and at a rate of that? So you're paying back £180. Why would you ever do that? They lived at home. They live at home, but they have to pay £500 to their mother, who is addicted to cocaine. Basically, yes, it's a fucked up situation. So I feel bad, but at the same point, it shows the complete lack of education given to kids. These parents are shite and refuse to teach their kid how to be good with money, and then their schools fail them. And so they end up reaching the age of 19 and they don't understand how credit works. They don't understand how interest works. And so to the point where they will take out, they've gone through and took out loans from almost every payday loan company. They kept trying to apply for a loan to consolidate all their other loans, but because they kept applying and getting declined, it lowered their credit score, and they kept doing it. They don't understand how credit scores work. And it's like, I feel bad for the kid, and I hope that they get out of it. But it's like, bro, how'd you get to 19 years old and think that's normal, to think that's okay, taking out £2,000+ in loans? And they want to move out because obviously they realize how much money they pay to their mother, and their mother's probably breaking the law, by the way, because their mother is on UC and she's probably not allowed to take that much money. So she's probably hiding it. I think she gives it in cash. So her mother's definitely on the fiddle there. So her mother's a piece of shit. 100% her mother's a piece of shit. I feel bad for the kid, but at the same time, like, bro, how did you never learn? It's crazy. Hey, JB, what you saying, bro? I'm fine, thank you. How you doing on this fine Tuesday, bro? Oh, yeah, like 100%. If you learn how to use your credit card, it's a great thing. I always recommend people get a credit card and use it, but use it sensibly. Use it. I always use my credit card knowing I've got money that I can pay it off. So I've never once paid 1% of interest ever. Well, I guess other than student loan, but that's besides the point. That's different. Unfortunately, it's still fucked, but it's different. But yes, I've never paid any interest on any loans or anything like that. I've never had to, and I never will. My credit card I purely use to build my credit up, but my credit is very good at the moment. My credit rating is very high. So you wish you could say the same. Yeah, I bet. But this is the thing. This person wants to move out, but they can't because they're paying their mother so much and they're in so much debt. And they're paying like, I think they're paying like, I don't even know how much they're paying in interest, but it's insane. They're paying an insane amount per month of interest. I just said to myself, how the fuck do they get that far never learning how interest works? You know? So. You don't understand how credit score works. Credit score just basically is a measure of how well you are with spending on credit and stuff. So if you take out credit, let's say if you take out a credit card or you take out loans or whatever, if you pay it all back on time, you'll get a boost, and they'll look at that and say, well, this person's better at spending than other people. The credit score doesn't matter so much in some countries. In America, it's very big. In the UK, it's not as big, but it's still, it can still influence what you can get. But typically, yeah, if you're someone who takes out loans but you pay it back on time every time, you're actually the best. The people that pay interest but pay it back every time on time, they're the best because they're the ones who get money for the companies. If you pay it back all the time on time before you get any interest, you're actually liked less by the credit companies because you make them lose money. You don't pay any extra to them. So like my credit card companies have made zero money from me because I've never once paid anything extra to them. So they don't like me as much as some people who are always paying interest but they're paying it on time. Those are the best ones. So It looks like a Sim Fire. My dad, we're gonna get it as a. You want it as a birthday gift? Nah, bro. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is the perfect consumer right here. This is the perfect consumer. Someone who doesn't understand what they're buying and just wants to buy it because it's new. Basically, every iPhone owner, basically every PlayStation 5 Pro owner will be those people. People who don't understand why they're buying it. They just understand that it's new. There you go. You wanted an example? There you go. Yeah. There you go. You feel bad for them because in the UK we aren't very good at teaching kids how money works, and parents' guns are just so bad. Just as bad, so I kind of get it. But at the same time, 8 quid interest, £100 logically insane. Well, she didn't understand how interest works. So she thought that, paying only 80% for £100 is worth it. She thought, well, if I pay 100 now, I only have to pay back 180 next month. And so she thought that was a good deal. She thought that was a good deal. She genuinely was happy with that until she realized later on that actually it's a fucking awful deal. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, Klarna's a perfect example of that. People will buy shit and split it over 3 because it's better. And the thing is, she kept using all these services. So when she was working, she was able to pay it off just about. But the problem is, when you load yourself up with credit, like credit debt, you pretty much result in, if anything goes wrong, if you lose your job, if you become ill, or if something goes wrong and you need to buy something else, you've got no more credit to spare. I don't use barely any of my credit, so if something bad goes wrong, I can afford to get something, and I can really load up on it if need be. But if you've already at like 90% of your credit ability, if you get yourself if you need to get yourself like a new car or something like, let's say if a boiler breaks and you need heating, you're fucked. You have no like leeway. So your gift you're gonna get is iPhone 12. You know what? I'm surprised he's not getting the iPhone 16. JB, I'm surprised you're not getting the iPhone 16, bro. I really am surprised. I thought you'd want that. So it really depends. Like for me, I still use my credit. I do buy stuff on credit, but I know I'll pay it back every time next month, and I do it purely to keep my rating high. But and to get my credit limits up. But yeah, if you're honestly, there's too many people out there that will maximize everything, and they think, oh, it's only £5 here, it's only 10, and it's the same idea that people have with subscriptions. They go, oh, it's only £10 here, it's only £20 there, it's only £15 here, and it adds up, especially when you start buying all these services that have different subscriptions. It really does add up. And it's once those things add up, you suddenly start seeing that you've got very little income left, and then you can't pay off. If you do have a big cost, you're kind of stuck because you will then need to do another you'll need to do another purchase. Why'd you always bring up the boiler? Is your boiler broken? No, it's just because in the UK that's a big issue. Because in the UK, obviously, our houses aren't very insulated for the most part, so it means that it gets cold in winter. It's not cold like Norway, but it's cold in British terms, where basically it'll be maybe 0, maybe -5, but the house is barely keeping any warmth, so you're effectively, you need a boiler. If your boiler breaks in the UK and you're living in an older house, you are going to be feeling it. If you're living in, I've heard of places in fucking like northern Norway that have like fucking such good insulation they don't even have to have heating on in the winter. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Over here, bro, if you don't have like good insulation, you're cooked. And not in the opposite of cooked, actually, you'll be frozen, bro. Thanks for the alert, JB, and I hope you enjoy your iPhone 12 in blue, bro. No, you are cooked in the UK if you don't have a boiler. So I always say, that's why I mention it. It's a big cost in the UK, is boilers. It's probably one of the things that most British people will know the feeling of, is when your boiler breaks. Because when your boiler breaks, you've got no heating, so your house is fucking freezing, and there's no hot water, so you will need to, if you want to shower, and if you're already freezing in a cold house, and you're showering in cold water, it's horrible. So it's one of the issues with the UK, is that we have shit housing, and it has no insulation, and so boilers are so important at the moment. Although we are switching to heat pumps, but that's a different story. But the point is, if your heating breaks, it's expensive too. If you need a new boiler, it can cost at least for like £2,000. But if you need to have things changed, if you need to switch from a certain type of boiler to another type of boiler, it's a lot of money. And so imagine if you don't have any. Imagine if you have like, I don't know, let's say if you have 10k credit limit. If your boiler breaks and you've got no spare money, okay, you can get that on credit. You can pay it off. If you've maximized your credit limit and you are paying, let's say, 500 a month in credit, you're barely above water as that is, and then your boiler breaks. Okay, you might get lucky and be able to stick it on credit, maybe, but you probably won't if your credit's already pretty much maxed out. They probably won't let you do any more. And then you're already paying so much money in interest that you'll have no more money to pay for anything else. So you can't pay it up front. You can't put it on interest on credit. What do you do? So this is the problem. This is why it's so ridiculous that so many people out there spend so much money, and they just, fuck Rishi Sunak, he did this. Nah, to be fair, it wasn't Rishi. It's a system. The system is broken. It's just a broken system. It's crazy. People are growing up not understanding anything to do with money, and they would rather spend now and think about it later. And this is, like the amount of people out there that will buy, they just do not know how to spend. If you can get yourself a good pair of reliable shoes for say £50, why are there people out there buying £150 fucking trainers because they got a tick on the side? You know what I mean? Like it's shit like that. There are too many people out there that do not understand the notion of saving and the notion of spending money carefully. They always just buy because they can. And the amount of people out there that will buy the latest iPhone, and then this is a thing that a lot of these companies do. What they do is where they have like a ladder system. So you say if you go and want to buy an iPhone, right? You go on there, and then they go, oh well, the next sized iPhone, because I know on iPhone they can't really back your shit up very easily because you have to use iCloud. And that's another subscription that I'm talking about. You have to pay the subscription for iCloud, and then if you ever decide you can't afford it, you have to make tough decisions because all your photos are on there. And if you don't pay them, or bye-bye to all your photos. So you're kind of pressured into keep paying for it. And then you got to get iCare, Apple Care, whatever, because, what happens if your Apple phone breaks? Because then, your £700 phone breaks, you might have to get a replacement. And Apple charges a fortune to replace shit. So you got to pay for that. Oh, but then there's Apple Care Plus Theft Care, and that's only an additional £5 a month, and that way I'm protected from thieves. And my iPhone's so expensive, I should get that. And then you go and look at the actual iPhones, you're like, oh, £700, but that only has 128 gigabytes. Let me get the 256. And then you see the iPhone Max, you go, oh well, that's only a little bit more money, but then I would have to pay for a little bit more to get the storage back up to 256. So then you do that, and you go, oh well, the iPhone Pro, that's only a little bit more. And then you go through the, oh well, actually that's not too bad. That's only a little bit more than on the Max. You go for the iPhone and you go, oh, but then it's a bit too small. I like the iPhone, the standard iPhone Max more. It was bigger. Oh, I can go for the iPhone Pro Max. And then somehow you've gone from £700 up to £1,300 in a blink of an eye. And the same thing with iPads. The cheapest iPad's like $300. So you go, oh, but then that one, the iPhone, the iPad Air has a newer stylus or a newer this or a newer that, a little bit better. It's a lot better, but it's only a little bit more money, so I'll get that. And then you go, oh, but the size on that one's tiny because the standard iPad had a bigger storage, so I'll get the upgraded storage. And then you go, oh, well, I can get the Pro because the Pro's only a little bit more than that. And this is what I mean. Apple is fucking professional at these tiers where they get you to say, oh, well, it's only a little bit more, it's only a little bit more, it's only a little bit more. And then you just keep picking a little bit more and more and more. And then you go, and then they say stuff like, oh, but you can split this over, say, 12 months or 24 months at 0% interest. And it's only like £20 a month. And then you go, oh, it's only £20 a month. So first of all, you start off paying about, like maybe 13 a month. And then by the end of it, you're paying about 25 a month. And then you've got to pay for, and then people go to do that on, they go to these, these internet providers where they do the same thing. They go, oh, well, you need what, 25 gigabytes? Well, we could give you a 30 gigabyte SIM card for such and such, but we could also give you another SIM card that's only an additional £6 that has double the bandwidth or double the internet data usage, whatever. And then they can say, oh, well, but if you go for this one, you can get triple and you get free Netflix. And that's only another £16 a month. And then you see people start buying more and more and more and more until eventually they're paying so much per month in subscription costs and so much per month in credit that they have nothing left to spend. And then they're fucked when something does go wrong. This is what the problem is. And so this is why it's absolutely repulsive that so many people have fallen for the trap. That is capitalism 101, and people have fallen for it. People have fallen for it. They are in that trap, and they refuse to get out of it because the amount of... If you speak to a lot of people, They cannot do without these things. If you say to them, I have had people physically repulsed when I've suggested to them. I remember I knew a person long time ago, and I said to them, they said to me they were getting a loan for their university, and I said to them, well, what are you buying? This person could barely afford food. This person was starving more times than not. They bought a fucking iMac. I said to them, well, why do you need an iMac? Why don't you buy yourself a normal computer? Oh, I don't want a normal computer. Why not? Because I want an iMac. Why? Because it's for art. Okay, fair enough. So what exactly is better about the iMac? It's Apple. All right. Okay, so what phone? Your phone's getting old, Jay. What phone? You could get yourself a Samsung. Because this was when Samsung phones were a lot cheaper. You could get yourself a Samsung Galaxy S4 or something for, you could get that for half the price of the iPhone. No, I don't want that. Why not? I want an iPhone. Why? iPhones are better. But why are they better? Because they are. All right. And then I say, okay, and then, okay, fair enough. And then they said to me, oh, I'm really hungry. I wish I could get a McDonald's. How much you got in the bank? $1. Okay, well, buy a big bag of rice and cook the rice. I don't like rice. I don't want to have rice anymore. Okay, so why didn't you use your loan to pay for that? Because I wanted the iMac. And then if you dare to criticize on it, they say, why are you telling me off? Why are you patronizing me? Why are you doing that? They play the victim. Why are you patronizing? Why are you telling me what to do with my money? Well, bro, like, because you don't know how to use your money. You spend like you're a child, and then you don't understand why you're in debt, and significantly so. Your bank's trying to give you 15k credit. I mean, to be fair, having a lot of credit is good for when you need it, to be honest with you. A good amount of credit it's good to have credit, to be honest with you. I mean, building up credit and then not spending it is the best thing you can do. Because then you've got money if you need it. If you need a new boiler or something, you can afford it. Although, to be fair, usually companies can get you much better rates. But, yeah. What's your current credit limit, Rebecca? But yeah, you see what I mean? This is what I mean. People don't want to take responsibility for their poor decision making, and this is why there's so much debt. This is why it's so bad. 2.5k. They want to go from 2.5k to 15. That's insane. I don't know. I would say, I mean, it's worth it, but you have to make sure you don't spend on it. You know what I mean? Like, it's worth it, but you have to make sure you don't just go and spend it for the sake of it. That's the key thing. My credit, I never go near my credit limit. I never go more than, I've never gone more than maybe 10% of my, no, actually, no, that was years ago. I haven't gone near that in years. So to be honest with you, you better not fucking spend it. How would you spend that though? Like, why would you? Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to, Like, I never go near my credit limits. Just because I don't need to. If you don't need to spend it, you don't need to spend it. It's sad. It's sad that so many people decide to spend money on shit just because they have it. And this is why we end up with such a big issue in society right now. But yeah, that was the story I wanted to say anyway. So anyway, let's sum it up. Yeah, PS5 Pro, perfect example. I'm glad that we had JB come in and basically give us basically told us he would be getting it. That's the best example that anyone could ever do. That's the kind of consumer they want. They want someone who doesn't understand it, just sees something new, and they think they need it. And that's it. The actual PlayStation 5 Pro, it's not worth it. If you're really wanting to spend £700, like I say, get yourself a better TV. If you don't have an OLED TV, if you have an older TV or whatever, or you have a non-4K TV, trust me, just get yourself a new TV. Get yourself a nice 4K OLED TV with 120 FPS, 120 Hz, at the least. You'll be way better off with that. Trust me, you'll be way better off with that than a £700 PS5 Pro. If you really want to get something like an actual machine at £700, save a little bit more, get yourself a PC. Build yourself a PC for 800, 900 at the very least. Ideally about 1,000, maybe a little bit more. So, and you'll get yourself something that will be way more useful, and you can do other things with it. Because the best thing about PCs is they're not just consoles, they're not just games, but they can also do other things. You can stream, you can make videos, you can, do what you want. You can just use it for Word. Doesn't matter. So, that's a way better choice than buying a PS5 Pro. OLED and QLED. Don't buy QLED. Don't buy QLED. QLED TVs are not worth it. OLED. If you're gonna get yourself a high-end TV, get yourself OLED. QLED is not worth it. I fucking hate QLED so much. Rebecca knows how much I hate QLED. It's nothing like OLED. Like, I know they market it to sound like OLED. It's nothing like OLED. It's a fucking disgusting piece of technology. It's nothing like OLED. Get yourself OLED if you're going to get yourself a expensive TV. It's the only thing that will compare to OLED is a micro LED, not mini LED. But micro LED, and micro LED at the moment is still very, very, very expensive. It's only I don't think it's available to buy yet. It's still kind of being used in test machines, test TVs, and they're very big. Like, we're talking 80-inch plus. Way micro LED will be way better than all of these. Like, micro LED will be revolutionary for TVs. It has all the benefits of OLED, but without any of the negatives. No burn-in, nothing. It's basically just micro LEDs, as you can imagine. It's just a matrix of LEDs, very small ones. Like, you know how you can put like a matrix of LEDs on a wall to make it look like a TV. It's the same thing. You just make them very small, and then you put it into a matrix like that on instead of a traditional TV stand. It does that. It just makes each LED lights up, and that creates the image. Very cool technology. Way better than that, but that's still a long way away. So if in the meantime, get yourself an OLED if you're going to get that. Or get a shitty PC like yours, at least. I mean, if you're going to spend £700, I would expect people to save up a little bit more and just get themselves something that's really good. Like £1,000 will get you a good PC at this point. It won't get you an amazing PC. It won't get you something that will blow the socks off, but it will get you something that will probably in a couple, maybe 3 or 4 years, you can stick a new GPU on it and still be able to keep up with most people. I wouldn't waste £700 for that fucking shite. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't waste £700 for that PS5. Get yourself a better TV or get yourself a PC if you're going to spend the money. Or, even more smart, save your money and invest it. Put it either into savings for a house, a deposit for a house, into an ISA, or into index funds. Or even into your pension. Put it into your pension. Because that money will, in about 30-40 years, will make you a lot of money in terms of compound interest. And this is one of the things people need to learn about. Compound interest. If you put even a small amount of money into a pension at the age of, say, 20, that money will be worth a shit ton when you're 65. And you will be fucking thanking yourself that you have a fat, nice pension because you keep putting away a little bit of money. So, that's what I would say you do. Probably going to buy a new PC. Don't think you're going to get any new gen Xbox consoles. What about when GTA comes out, Joe? If like a next GTA comes out next gen and you have to wait like 2 years for it to come to PC. I would always say it's worth getting a console to some form just purely because of GTA. But you can probably just get yourself a cheap one, to be honest with you. You can probably just get a Series S or whatever at that point, or whatever the Series S sequel will be, if they still make Xbox consoles. So, a 2013 gaming laptop off eBay. I would not pay £700 for a 2013 gaming laptop. A 2013 gaming laptop would be probably extremely painful to use. Red Dead Redemption 2 came to PC about a year later. You doubt GTA 7 will ever come in your lifetime. 312. Oh, for a 2013 gaming laptop. I mean, at that point, you might as well just buy yourself a standard PS5. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with the standard PS5. The standard PS5 is still a good console. And I would say, and this is what I'm saying, is like, if you want to get yourself a PlayStation 5, just, for anyone who might watch this and doesn't have a PS5 and wants to get a PS5, just get a standard PS5. Like, just get yourself a standard PS5. Trust me, it's not worth it. Unless if you're rich and you've got yourself a brand new OLED TV, get yourself a yeah, then you can get a Pro. But if you're not rich and you've got an older TV, get yourself a PS5. Just do that. Just do that. Like, trust me, you will not. You're not gonna miss out on anything here. It's like, you know, it's like with the PS4. You didn't need the Pro. The Pro was definitely a better price. The Pro was actually really good. I think the Pro was definitely a really good, like, on the PS4. It was only an extra like £100 from the PS4 at that time. It was actually quite a good price. But for this thing, no. Plus, the PS4 was really saturated early on in its life, whereas the PS5 is, most games still run on most games are still being designed for PS4. So again, I don't really see the point. A PS5 Slim is better than a more storage. I mean, AF, when I say PS5, I mean that. Like, the standard PS5 isn't made anymore. So when I say get yourself a standard PS5, I mean the Slim or whatever you can get at that point. Inflation is key to the shit. Inflation isn't that much. Inflation hasn't hit that hard for the amount. Inflation accounts for Sony putting the prices of the consoles up, of the original consoles up a little bit. Doesn't account for anything for this. Nothing to do with this. This is pure greed. So, PS4 Pro has 4K Blu-ray. PS5 don't even have that. What are you talking about? Like the slit? Are you talking about the digital version of the PS5? Like, they don't have a Blu-ray drive. Like how the PS5 Pro. Inflation is not bad in the UK. Inflation was bad in the UK. You can still watch 4K Blu-ray as long as you have a disc-based one. All PS5 discs drive will have 4K Blu-ray compatibility. It just doesn't if you have a digital version, of course. Inflation and food prices still awful. Yeah. You know what's funny though? To be fair, food in the UK was always dead cheap. Well, it's one of the things I will say. Food in the UK is, if you go to Europe and then you go to the UK, like I hear that a lot from Europeans who say, well, you know, yes, the food quality in Europe is a lot better, but it's a lot cheaper here. Like, you go to Europe and you'll get a much wider selection, especially in places like France, for like fresh food, but the prices here are very low, especially on things like milk. Very, very low here. I guess it's just kind of companies decide, fuck that. This Don said you're going to get a PS4 Pro because of 4K Blu-ray. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's on about, because the PS5 has 4K Blu-ray. I literally use I literally have a 4K Blu-ray. You know, Spider-Man No Way Home. I bought that and played it on my PS5 about a year, however many years ago it came out. I played it on the PS5 and it runs just fine. So, can you hook a Blu-ray drive? You have to use the specific Blu-ray drive that Sony released. The Blu-ray drive that Sony released works on both the standard Slim and on the Pro, I believe. I think it runs the exact same on both. But you have to buy that specific one, which is about £80 to £100. Mind you, in the UK, there's a massive shortage on like PlayStation stuff at the moment. So prices have really gone up on a lot of it. Why? Because you have to. Sony's not just going to let you use any generic Blu-ray drive, are they? Especially because you would need a 4K Blu-ray drive to read the games, and 4K Blu-ray drives are quite expensive anyway, so you might as well just get the on that. Yeah, Rebecca, have you tried buying fucking like some of these accessories for some of the things? It's like fucking ridiculous. Like they've all gone up. Like, look at the controllers. The controllers have all gone up in price, like a lot. Like, about 2 years ago, I was able to buy the controllers for about 60 quid. Now they're all about 75. They've really gone up. Everything's gone up because there's shortages on them. It's fucking dreadful. No, you can't. Sony only allows you to use set drives on it. I mean, the PlayStation's still a good value. If you buy yourself a PS5 digital for $380 and then on sale about $320, That's a good price. Like, that's all right. That's all right. Like, if you want to get a PS5, like I said, get yourself a standard one. You know, it's not a bad price, and you can always upgrade it with a disk drive later. But I don't see the point of this. Xbox controllers used to be 40, now they're 60. That's the one that really pisses me off, Joe, because it's not like they added anything to the Xbox controller. Like the PS5 controllers at least had all the enhancements, but the Xbox controllers are the exact same as they always have been. I don't know why they put them up. Cut a hole in it. You just take the panel off. All the PlayStation 5 Slims and the PlayStation Pro, they all have removable panels where you can take it off and slap on the... actually, all the PlayStations have removable panels, even the standard ones. But on the Slim and on the Pro, you can take off the panel on the right-hand side and put a disk drive in. And then you can put the panel back on. Well, you have to put a different panel on. They'll give you a panel with it that is, like, pregnant looking, so it can fit over the disk drive. Yeah, I wish the controllers were better, and they refuse, like, because Sony doesn't allow third-party controllers. So okay, so here's a little heads up for anyone. If you're running on an Xbox or a Switch or anything like that, and you don't want stick drift, get yourself a third-party controller. Trust me, you can get yourself third-party controllers that have Hall effect deep analog sticks. They will not have stick drift. You can get yourself one that I really recommend is 8-Bit Do, or however you want to pronounce them. They have an official Xbox line as well that is in collaboration with Microsoft, and they are fucking great. Having Hall effect sticks means that you don't have any risk of the stick drift, and they are actually really good prices too. They're about £40, I think, £40 to £50. So I would really recommend that. Switch Pro controller never has stick drift. That's a lie. It has. They are notorious for having stick drift. Not as much as the standard Switch controller, but they are notorious still. And any stick that doesn't have Hall effect will have stick drift eventually. That is an inevitable reality because they are physically connected. Yours has never had, but that is anecdotal. That is anecdotal. I'm not talking anecdotes here. I'm not talking individuals. I'm talking about as a whole. All controllers that have standard style sticks will eventually have stick drift. It's inevitable. You cannot have one because it's physically rubbing, and eventually those pieces of the stick will fall off into the thing and cause issues. Plus, dirt gets in over time. So everyone will eventually have it if they use their sticks enough. But if you want to have a controller that will never have that, you want to look for a Hall effect controller, and that uses it uses a magnet instead of having a physical contact on the sticks, you have magnets in them, electromagnets, and they are able to they will never ever do that. Can put air can in it and fix stick drift. That doesn't fix it permanently. That will only temporarily fix it. The only way you can permanently fix it is if you desolder it and open up and clean it like that. But again, once it wears down, once the material wears down, eventually you will need to. It won't matter. The only way to fully fix it is to solder on a new stick. So if I was going to... If I would say if you have a lot of PS5 controllers, learn how to solder, which is what I will be doing. I already know how to solder, but I'm going to be getting I haven't had a soldering kit for ages, so I'm going to get a soldering kit and solder on new sticks. But I would highly recommend just buying Hall effect controls. The only issue with Hall effect controllers is they do eventually lose some accuracy because the magnets will eventually demagnetize a bit, but it will take probably like 10 years before that's a problem. So Hall effects controls are better than that. There was also another issue back in the day was they weren't as accurate in general, but they are a lot better now. Hall effect controllers now are way fucking better than they were, say, 5-10 years ago. So if you have yourself a new one, it will outlast a standard controller. So I'd highly recommend if you're on Xbox, if you're on Switch, if you're on PC, have a look at Hall effect controllers. Have a look at 8-Bit Do especially. If you're on PlayStation, you can't do that because Sony has made it very difficult to get licensing for third-party controllers on PlayStation. They're all very expensive, and so we haven't seen any companies, other than a few small ones like Razer and all that. Well, when I say small ones, I mean like a small selection of controllers, and they're like from Razer and stuff, I think, that work on the PlayStation 5. So if you're on Xbox or if you're on Switch or if you're on PC, 100% get yourself a Hall effect one. If you're having lots of stick drift issues and you're getting fed up of having to buy a new controller every year or every 2 years, get yourself a Hall effect controller from a reputable company, and you will thank me in the long run. Yeah, it's just so much better. If you're on PlayStation, learn how to desolder and solder on a new analog stick, I guess. That's what I can recommend if you're on PlayStation. Learn how to solder. Or buy a PlayStation Edge controller. Because if you buy a PlayStation Edge controller, you can put in new sticks that they sell. But the problem is the sticks are expensive and they're extremely rare. There's all these shortages on it. So if you want to if you want to do that on a PS5, you're going to be paying like £200 for the controller and like £15 I think it is for like the sticks or some shit. It's ridiculous. And if you can find them. So yeah, basically if you're on PlayStation, you're fucked. You're cooked. But if you're on Xbox or you're on PC or Switch, get yourself an 8BitDo or other reputable company Hall effect controller. Just a little shout out for that. And you'll thank me. Trust me, you'll thank me for that. I will never lie. I will never bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Any company comes to me and says, hey, you know, we'll give you some fucking money if you lie to your people and say, like, this is better. Bro, I won't do that shit, bro. I won't sell you something I don't believe in. I won't sell you something if I don't believe in it. If I don't believe in it, I will never sell it to you. But I believe in Hall effect controllers. Because analog sticks are fucking shite, and they get worse all the time because the companies cheap out on the materials more and more and more every gen, and so the controllers wear out quicker and quicker. It's also a problem because in the old days, analog sticks weren't as accurate as well. This was another thing. If you go back to, say, PS3 and PS2 era, especially PS2 and beyond, the analog sticks were a lot less accurate, so it didn't really matter if bits got in because it would probably not affect it. But as the controllers have got more and more accurate and more pinpoint, slight variations in the surface of the analog stick can cause issues and it rubs across, so that's why they've become worse. Partly that, partly the fact they get cheaper all the time. They don't put the best materials in them, but yeah, that's partly the issue. So anyway, that's what I'm trying to say. My summary is PS5 Pro, don't bother with it unless if you're rich. If you want a PS5 and you haven't got a PlayStation yet, if you have an old TV, if you have a not a very high-end TV, get yourself a standard PS5. Wait for the PS6. The PS6 will be 10 times better than the Pro anyway. Maybe not exactly, not specifically 10 times better, but you know, it's a figure of speech. It'll be better. It'll be better than the PS5 Pro anyway. And by that point, all the games will actually be able to utilize the features because all the consoles will have those features. So why would you want to get a console that can't be utilized fully because the rest of the consoles in that gen aren't able to use that feature? So don't bother. Just get yourself a standard PS5, or just even better, save the money if you don't need one. If you already have a PS5, don't bother upgrading. Put the money away. Save for a PS6, or put into your pension, whatever. Controllers, get yourself a Hall effect controller if you can. Unless if you're on Sony's PlayStation, in which case fuck you, I guess. Yeah. That's it. Don't be a consumer. Alright, now we can actually play. It went on a long time, but like I had a lot to say about that, you know? I really did. I really was disgusted by... I was really disgusted by what Sony dropped today. I felt personally insulted. Like, I felt like Sony came into my house and slapped me. Only an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, damn right. I would be longer. You know what? I could speak about this for hours, bro. It sucks though, because I like Sony and I like PlayStation. Like, I've always been a PlayStation guy, but like, and this is the thing, right? This is when people say to me, "Oh, you're a shill. You're a PlayStation shill or something, or Xbox or a GTA shill." Bro, if you've ever listened to me for more than like 1 minute, 5 minutes, whatever, you'll know that I am the biggest. I criticize the fuck out of these companies if they think they've done something stupid. Like, if they do something stupid, like I'll give them credit where credit is due. But I'll also criticize the fuck out of these companies if they do something stupid. You knew Sony was an L when they said next gen games were going to be 70, but they're 85. Honestly, 70 quid. I didn't even mind them going up to 70, to be honest with you, because I do think that, yeah, inflation is a thing, but like, yeah, anything more than 70 was ridiculous. PS5 Pro is not different from the regular PS5. It is different. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it's not different. It is definitely different. But it's what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's not different. I'm saying it's just not worth the cost of what they're adding. It's not really worth it. But it is definitely different from the PS5. It's slightly different. I mean, it's not slightly different. In the looks, I mean, who buys a piece of technology for the looks? Like, it's not the looks that make it, it's the hardware inside, not the looks. It could look like a fucking piece of bread for I give a fuck. Oh my god, I've always wanted to... What I'm saying is it just isn't worth the cost of what it is. The PS4 Pro looked different from the PS4, not really. The PS4 Pro was triple layered. The standard PS4 and the PS4 Slim was slightly different, and then the Pro was a slightly different version of the Slim. It didn't look that much different at all. But again, who buys a console for the looks? Like, like the PS5 looks like shite. It always has and it always will to me, but again, it doesn't. It's not that. It's the hardware. The PS5 hardware is definitely got very different hardware in the inside for the most part. It's just that hardware isn't worth the cost. That's what I'm saying. That hardware will never be utilized in the way that Sony says it will. Rebecca, did you die to... You're disappointed that you can't change the light color. I mean, it would be cool if you could, wouldn't it? Oh, shit. Bro, that scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie, that did scare the shit out of me. Imagine you could change any color you want. I mean, yeah, it would be cool. You can do that on the PC. You can change your color to anything you want, but... Bro, I need fucking weapons. Oh, I have ammo. A little bit. You can't change it on the actual PlayStation. It's whatever it's set to. You've never been able to change the controller color. It typically just depends on what number your controller is. Like, number 1 is always, like, blue or whatever. Number 2 is, like, red, I think. So it basically denotes what controller you're using on the console. Like, if you're playing, like, multiplayer and stuff, it just denotes what color it is, that's it. Because there's no other indicator on. There's no like any LEDs on the controller that indicate that it's like number 1, number 2, number 3. So all the controllers have like they all use different colors depending on what number player you are. But for most people, because most people play on their own, most people don't play with other people anymore. So like at home, so they don't really need that. So I do think it would make more sense if Sony just like let you change the colors for your specific console. If there's only one person connected, it should let you change like the default color. And then if you connect more than one person, it should change the color to like the default the multiple colors. Who's this? Guy down here? Nice. Oh, that was a player too. Holy shit, that was a player. Will it connect? No, the PlayStation 5 sends out like the information of what color it should be. So if you change it on PC, it will only be like that when you're on PC. It won't change that when you're on like, on the PlayStation 5. It doesn't change the actual like firmware or anything in the controller. It just changes the it just changes it for when you're on. You have to have the software running on the PC for it to work like that. I mean, there probably is a way to modify the controller so it automatically will be like that. There's probably a way to do it. I mean, probably would be a hardware mod, but, something that would interpret the color and then change it on your end. On Sony's end, it would think it's blue or whatever, and then on your end, it would change it to red. So the light changes to red, but Sony thinks it's blue. That you could probably do something like that, but, I mean... There's not an exploit in the PlayStation OS, no. Trying to get Rebecca to stand still is the most, difficult thing I've ever seen. Oh, I just realized something. Yeah, we gotta go far. And the other guy left? Are you kidding me? I can't lie, the ammo situation right now is a bit stingy. I've not really found a lot of ammo to this game so far. Bit annoying. I wish you could do what you can in the Avengers, where you can throw that and then you can as it rebounds back, you could jump on it, double jump off it. I can't lie, I know a lot of people didn't like the Avengers game, but I think it was actually a really good game. It definitely wasn't the most inspired game, and they could have done a lot more to improve the online to make it actually more fun and unique. But I had some great memories on that game, just playing Cap and throwing my shield, bouncing off the enemy, and then bouncing back off it and doing a jump. Oh god, I love that game. people get so mad at any online game that isn't like they get mad of it because like it wasn't a single player only game, and then people don't want to play multiplayer games aren't just COD. Just like, yeah, it basically just never did it. It just didn't do well, sadly. Here's what it is. Ooh. Also kind of sad that it's like it only comes back directly to you. It doesn't like really rebound like off, like at that angle it should rebound off the wall back and forth a little bit, but it just comes straight back to you like a fucking boomerang. It's like, come on, bro. A little bit lackluster there, Epic. You could have done a little bit better, especially since they did the Spider-Man swinging better than the Avengers game, but they didn't really. But then this is actually worse than the Avengers game. Lackluster. Have you seen the game Lockdown Protocol? Maybe, bro. I don't really know though. It's a magnet shot. Oh yeah, it might be you know, like in was it Avengers 2 when Cap had like magnets attached to it and like it would come back to it. Maybe it's like that. How are we in top 14, bro? I've not even seen anyone, really. It's a game like Among Us, but way better. No, I've never seen it, bro. I mean, I don't think I've seen it anyway. Oh, sorry, Gwenpool. Oh, fuck me. Shoot me, I dare you. Well, at least Dr. Doom's not here now. Sadly, it's on PC, not on console. Nah, I've not really been paying attention to it. I'll be honest, I've not really been paying attention to what's been going on PC land. I don't really like PC games a lot of times because you come across so many fucking cheaters in them. You know, like you just come, the amount of cheaters you come across in PC games actually fucking disgusts me. Wait, we're top 7? The hell? That means that there's one. Yeah, no, there's 2 squads left. What? There's 2 squads left. There's 2 squads. Wait. There's 2 squads left. Yeah, that's 7 people. So we're 3, which means that there must be like. Oh wow, that's crazy. It could be 2 squads of 2. When's GTA 4 Chaos? Years away. Yeah, you can't. Maybe they left though, like, because if there's no, they might have left. Like, that's weird though to have that like that now, like already. So maybe they left. Like, this is such a big circle. Maybe one of their teammates left. All right, well I guess we'll see. Oh, there's someone coming over. There's someone coming over. Doctor. Oh, he's got the Doom gloves too. Fuck's sake. Maybe he's on his own. What about Red Dead Redemption Chaos? Years away. I'll be real. Years away. Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yes. I like how AF assumes that Brassy's talking about who, you know, about someone in particular. Like, AF is so, like, cooked now that he assumes. You'd say you do... I said that I would do them eventually. I just said I didn't say when I was going to do them. I'll be honest, when I think of streaming, I don't really think of GTA 4 and like Red Dead very much. They're there like in the back of my head, but they're not like a priority. They're there if I'm bored, if there's like nothing else going on online, and then I'm like, well, I got nothing else to do, I might as well do one of those. I'd rather play Fortnite for the most part. Could have been 8 billion people and bro assumed that, I know, right? Bro, nah, bro is down bad, you know? Crazy, bro. Crazy. What do you think the chances are that the circle will come back this direction? The fact that it's 2 different groups, maybe they'll kill each other. Maybe they'll kill each other. You try streaming GTA 4 and you had 460 drop frames. Yeah, I don't think that's going to go very well. Typically, if you have that many drop frames, you know you're going to have to make sacrifices. Interesting. This guy went over here and he went that direction, but like it's come this way. So like, is he over there still, or has he made his way back? Because he must have come back. Like, oh shit! Yo, there's fighting. Oh, there's fighting, bro. Yeah, get down from there, you little fucker. Yeah, get down from there. Is he coming over? Oh, they're coming over. Interesting that they came over. Oh, is Rebecca on the ground? Trying to reboot. Ah! Not on our watch, though. Hopefully Rebecca's got health or something. Oh, of course they had the fucking head. Oh my god, there's no way. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's it, baby. That's it. Ooh. Oh, what a song to end it on, though. What a, well, not end it, but you know what I mean. End that game. Oh, what a beautiful song. Ooh. Beautiful. Oh, that person over there, Lee Sales, yeah. Sit down, bro. You left. You didn't get any kills. You left. Oh, you didn't get any win on that one. 2-hour yap, first game win. You know what? I should do this more often. I should just yap away. It seems to do as well, you know. Woo! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, you did, to be fair, Rebecca. Yeah, it was good that you killed that guy. So wait. Was that guy on his own? Wait, who was that? There was 3 of them on the hill with us. So were they all one team, Brassy? The guys, because I swear there was like 3 of them on the hill with us, weren't there? Or was it 2 of them? I can't remember actually if it was. No, I think there was 3. It was 1 guy and then 3 and then 2 and us 3. Damn, they lost 3 people on the hill. Crazy. That's mad. Yeah, he was. Yeah, good shot, Rebecca. You got rid of him. That really helped us. So that guy must have been nothing to do with us then, because he was on his own, and there was. He must have been the guy who was outside the area, and he must have come back in. I don't know, bro. He must have. Oh, he must have been going to get his guys to reboot them, and then he came back. I don't know, man. That's crazy, but whatever happened there, GG's. That was a good win right there. Nice dub, thank you. Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't just reboot outside the map and then like, or outside the... I guess the storm must have been harsh at that point. I don't know. He must have ran out of time, but he probably thought he could get a better reboot inside the area, but that... He didn't expect us to be there, pretty much. Because I saw him and I was turning around to shoot him. And then Rebecca was over there already, so she killed him. That's funny, man. That's funny. Your stream buffered for over an hour and a half ago. Oh, that's enough. At least it worked when the internet. At least the internet worked when we got the win. Oof. That was a great experience, though, isn't it? You know, just I love winning like that. That's a great way to win, I think. Like that's a wonderful way to win. Holy shit. What the fuck are these? These Wolverine? No, these are like some mad Wolverine claws. What the hell? Oh, I'm so happy about that win, man. And I won with my new outfit, Captain Jones. Oh my days, man. Ah, so hype. What a way to win. What a way to fucking win. It doesn't get better than that. It was my strong yapping that hurt his internet. Nah. Bro, it was my strong yapping got us the win, bro. What are you on about? Yapping away got us the win. I don't even care. Don't even at me, bro. It's like he's dancing, look. Woo! It killed everyone's internet, that's why you got the win. Nah, bro. It was fucking good luck, bro. Every time we do some yapping, it works. I feel like that guy might be a player. Alright. I hear sliding, and that worries me greatly. That does worry me greatly. I'll be honest. I'm gonna be real. Alright, what the fuck's going on down here? Hello? Hey, Beerus! Sorry, Beerus. Oh, diamond quartz. Oh my god, is that quartz? Nah, it's not diamond quartz. Quartz is amethyst quartz, I believe. That's Quartz's brother. That's Quartz's like unloved brother right there. Diamond quartz. Or, you know, maybe a cousin, maybe an unloved cousin. Hey Hope, what are you saying? Ooh. Ah, something that'd be gold. Joe knows how powerful the gold is on that. Oh, the gold pistol, insane, insane, bro, insane. Anything interesting other than the dub happened once you weren't in the stream? No, not really. Other than JB coming in and basically saying he's getting a PS5 Pro. After, I was basically saying, like, kind of making fun of how bad society has got because everyone, like loads of people just blindly buy shit because it's a new thing without understanding why it's not a good value. And then he came in and said, did you hear about the new PS5 Pro? And I said, we said, yeah, and he's like, I'm buying one. That's like, oh, that's the perfect example right there. What's the sovereign shorty like? It's pretty good, to be fair. But we love the, Nah, it was fucking hilarious, I can't lie. Like, damn, alright, JB. But again, he wasn't in a bad mood, though, so I'm thankful for that. He was in a good mood again, so I'm happy. Oh, did that land next to Brassy? I think it did. Oh, that's good. That was a good throw. You have to admit, that was a good throw. Like, that landed, like, almost exactly where he was. You have to admit. That's not bad. He thought, God bless you for Flowberry. I'm terrible with pronouns all the time. I'm still very much in the mindset that everyone is a guy on the internet, so I just default to he. But if someone asks me to use a different pronoun, I will use it. But I just default to he. So sometimes if I'm like talking really quick and I'm not thinking, I'll sometimes default to he without realizing, but I don't mean it in a bad way. I just, you know, that's my default thinking pattern when I think of the internet. But I'll try to say whatever pronoun someone asks me to. But yeah, when I was younger, it really was everyone on the internet. That was the assumption. Everyone on the internet is a guy. Everyone on the internet is a 25-year-old man. that was the internet back then. Everyone you talked to. Didn't matter what their profile picture was, didn't matter what their fucking name was. Everyone on there, 25-year-old man. That's the best thing. But if someone asks me, though, I will try to, like, respect it. Well, I try to use they as well a lot now. I do try to use they more because it's like more neutral. But I'm still very bad with it. I'm like, oh yeah, he's over there, you know, or you know, like when we were playing a game, oh he's over there. Although I do try to designate based upon the outfit they're wearing or the skin they're wearing. So if they're wearing a guy's skin, I'll say he, and if they're wearing a girl's skin, I'll say she. So if they're not actually that, then I feel then fair play, you know. But that's why I say if I see a guy's skin, it's like, oh yeah, he's over there. If it's a girl's skin, she's over there. Which I find does work quite well, because I feel that most people that will wear a female skin... Oh, then again, a lot of people that wear female skins are men who like to stare at the asses of the female skins, so that doesn't work, actually. But the other... I do find that, like... Yeah, actually, you know what's funny, actually? Think about it now. Probably more people wear... I would be surprised if more women wear male skins and more men wear women's skins than the other way around, you know what I mean? Like, I could see that. Yeah, like, I could see that being the case. Like, I think a lot of women will, like, make their names male now, like, masculine, to, like, hide from all the creeps, and then all the creeps will be wearing female skins. It's funny how that works, isn't it? I always wear male stuff myself. I don't wear any of the female skins. I've never really... I mean, I like to... I think on GTA, I do have a female skin that I like to dress up here and there, but, like, I don't know why people say they like seeing... like, their asses. Like, who the fuck, when you're playing a game like Fortnite, who's staring at the bottom left part of the screen? Like, you should be staring in the center of the screen. Like, that's where you're aiming, bro. Who the fuck are these weirdos that aim and look down at the bottom left of the screen to see the guy's ass or the girl's ass? Like, that's so weird. Bro, I'm in the car. Let's go. Bro, I'm in the car. Let's go. But I say bro for everyone as well, though. That's one thing I will say. I use bro for everyone. Man, woman, child, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, bro's universal to me. I will say bro for everyone. Even the AI, I walk up to some random AI like Hope and I'll be like, what's up, bro? Female skins are smaller and short. Bro, I bet they're not even that different. The hitboxes are the same on all the skins, bro. Like, except for the chicken skin, which I'm pretty sure has a different hitbox, but all the other hitboxes are the same. Like, what the fuck, bro? I guess, wait, you talking about GTA, even though they're, like, barely any different? Now, this is why we need to get rid of female skins, just have male skins. We should do what the Sims 2 game did in Middle East and just have all men on the front. It's the only way to be fair. It's the only way to be fair, you know? Just have everyone be the exact same. Everyone needs to have the exact same, like, size and stature. Like, one skin. We just need one skin, like the clone troopers. That's it. Like the fucking... Like, you know, like Django Fett, you know, all of them should just look like that. Just one skin. One skin. Everyone looks the exact same. It's for fairness, you know. Do what they used to do in like Mario games, where like Luigi was just literally a repainted Mario before they ended up making him a separate, like a proper separate guy with loads of different, you know, with different height and stuff. Just have like a reskin of Mario over and over again. You don't want to be some lanky big ass man. Who wouldn't want to be a lanky big ass man? That's the best kind of man. Nah, fuck, nah. You know what though? If I had to pick one skin and one skin only, yeah, one person, one body type only, Chris Evans, bro, all the way. Chris Evans cap, yeah. That's what I want. That's what I want. If every single person in my game was just Chris Evans, I would be happy. That would be happy to me. Like it doesn't matter who they are. I want every single person to be Chris Evans. Like, that's my dream. Back in the day, everyone was rocking the default skins, so it did happen once. Ah, the good old days. GTA 6, you're gonna be a big fat motherfucker. I don't know what I'll do in GTA 6. I'll probably go back and forth. You know, in GTA 5, where I'd have some of the most fucked up looking characters, I'd probably do the same thing in GTA 6. I'll probably just shift around. I'll probably have, like, sometime my character will be really, like, skinny alien looking motherfucker, and then sometimes my character will look like a real big fat bastard, and I'll just kind of go back and forth with the two. Hell yeah, get to see America's ass everywhere seems like a win. It is. Like, who doesn't want to see fucking America's ass, bro? That's mad. You main Indiana Jones in Fortnite because Indiana the GOAT, but you do like wearing female skins a lot too. Yeah, that's fair. I don't really care what skins someone's wear. But I do find it funny how, like, 90% of women in this game are female skins are probably men. And vice versa. That does concern me greatly. That's the thing. I think there's a lot of men, and I'll be honest. And this is my personal theory. This isn't, like, you know, facts or anything. I personally believe a lot of the reason a lot of men like to dress as women on games is because they are repressing deep down. They're like deep down they have a desire to not to conform to male stereotypical appearances and shit like that. And I think that a lot of them want to dress up as women and to be like women because they wish they could be women or dress like women or be more feminine in general, but they can't because, you know, where they come from or their parents or whatever are very backwards. And it's one of the reasons why I think that it's the same reason why I think did you know, like, one of the biggest searches in, like, Pakistan is, like, anal sex, like, on porn and, like, gay? Like, I don't know. I feel that there's a lot of very repressed men out there who like to, you know, they wish they could be someone they weren't or be more feminine or whatever, and they just can't because of wherever they come from being shit. So it's quite sad, really, that's the case. But that's my personal theory because I've noticed that. Come on, comms. Nah, come on, comms after the game. In GTA, most are males, though. Oh, I see a lot. Whenever I see someone shitting on someone else in the game, it's almost always some woman in a fucking shitty tryhard outfit. But that's what I've noticed anyway. It's the reason why Gaz does it. Gaz, I think, is very feminine. He wishes he could be very feminine. He has a lot of desires to be, like, he likes to have, you know, I think if Gaz was allowed to, I think he would wear women's, like, clothing. I don't think he would be trans, but I think he would like, I think he's very feminine, very effeminate, and I think he would like to wear, like, women's clothes and shit more if he could. But because of, you know, social norms, I don't think he would be allowed to. So that's why he likes to do it in GTA. He loves, like, he likes to have all the different women's clothing in GTA, but he's so shit at fucking makeup. Like, Gaz does not understand makeup in the slightest, so all his characters have, like, really ugly makeup. Really ugly makeup. And the clothes do not match. So he ends up suffering for it, but I get that vibe from Gaz whenever he's playing. He has like a certain taste he wishes he could express in real life, but he's not allowed to. But that's what I've always got from it. This is why repression of stuff is stupid. This is why repressing, like, different orientations and sexualities is stupid, because a lot of times the people will still have those feelings. They'll just have those feelings in secret. And it's like, you're not, you know, it's like, what's the point of that then? Like, what's the point? Like, what exactly are you getting out of it? Just repressing them? Like, they're still going to think that way. They're still going to feel that way. They just can't express it. Like, how's that fucking, you know, stopping it? Like, if your desire is to, you know, stomp out homosexuality or whatever because it's sort of some book you read, then surely you'd want a desire so that there's no one has those thoughts even in secret. But clearly it's not fucking working. So why not just let people be who they are? There you go, simple solution. You know? Like, if someone feels they're very effeminate, let them do that. Let them dress up with women's clothing and, you know, whatever. If someone's trans, let them be trans. Like, why the fuck does it? Why are we repressing people? Like, I just don't get that. Why are we repressing people for no apparent reason? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. But those people are still going to feel that way in secret. But I think a lot of times it's because the people that feel that way are people that are they themselves a bit worried. You see this in America with a lot of these Republicans who are very anti-gay, very anti-trans, and then it comes out later on that they are, you know, one or the other, and it's like, well, you know, they're so full of self-hatred and self-loathing for themselves, and for the, you know, they take it out on everyone else. It's stupid. I genuinely don't think that someone who is, you know, people who speak up the loudest about something in a hateful way are usually, you know, they're usually deep down going through something themselves, and they that's how they deal with it. Whereas I find that the people that don't give a shit either way are usually not, you know, like I couldn't give a fuck whichever way. Like if you wanna go and make it, if someone's trans, you know, I don't give a fuck. If someone's gay, I don't give a fuck. If someone's lesbian, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, it doesn't affect me. I'm not gay, I'm not trans, I'm not lesbian, I'm not any of that. So why the fuck does it affect me, you know? Like, why would I get angry if other people are? So I don't know. It's mind-boggling. It really is mind-boggling that people get so fucking worked up over it. These countries in the Middle East get so worked up over it. And now America, like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Don't bring Swim Free back. What's wrong with Swim Free, bro? Oh well. It is what it is, I guess. That's life, isn't it? But I do wonder. It's the same thing with all these Republicans who cry about pedophilia, and then, you know, they almost always come out as pedophiles themselves. Yeah. People project the fuck out of themselves. Not to equate pedophilia to LGBT, of course, just to clarify. But people project the fuck out of, you know, who they are themselves. Before any conservative Republicans get on here and start trying to conflate those things. Your friend was lesbian, she's a girl, but just because she's a girl that's gay, you're still nice to her. I'm glad. I'm glad. It does sound a bit mad when you put it like that, but I'm glad. The heart was there. I'm fine. You know what? If I had a gay friend, as long as we can talk about Chris Evans all the time, I'm fine with it myself. I'll tell you what, though, gay or not, I wouldn't be friends with someone who doesn't find Chris Evans hot. I don't care. Like, that's my one limit on that. That's my one limit. Like, if you talk shit about Chris Evans, you're dead to me. I don't care. Gay, straight, whatever. You talk shit about Chris Evans, you're dead to me. What if she was illegal and gay? Oh, that's a different story then. That's a different story then. If she's illegal, oh, that's a different story. I know what Brassy's doing. I know what Brassy's doing with that question. Oh my days. That's too far. You can't have that. You can't have that. That's too far. She's Italian. Oh, she would have been frowned upon once upon a time in society. We can't have those. You can't have those damn Italians in America, you know. Yeah, that's my only hard line on things, is if you don't find Chris Evans attractive, I don't give a fuck who you are, bro. You're not on my list. Oh, you shouldn't have flown over here, little bro. Oh, you shouldn't have flown over here, my guy. Oh, I'm taking that, though. I can't lie. Oh, we won. Well. 2 wins in a row, baby. Tonight's good. See, talking about Chris Evans... it gets us the win. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Love it. I don't know what the fuck that song's even about, but we're still singing it. Love this song. That one's for you, Chris. That's for you, Chris. I love you, Chris. My guy. Nah, Joe's joined. Watch us lose now. Chris Evans is so hot in Knives Out. That might be an incentive for you to see it sooner. Oh shit, you know what? That might actually be a good point. I can't lie. I love him in anything. I don't give a fuck what it's in. I don't care. Like, I love Chris. You want to tap Scarlett Johansson more? Nah, for me, I'd tap Chris more than Chris and Scarlett. I don't even care. I love Chris so much, bro. I really do. Like, Chris is just everything for me. Like, I love watching all the old Avengers, all the old MCU films that he's in just because he's in it. Like, I love it. Like, Chris is my guy. Look at Thor next to him. I love how the discussion is evolved into us discussing which of the male MCU stars are the most attractive. Oh, I love it. By the way, the PlayStation Discord thing is shit. Why is that, Rebecca? You're actually dead these days. You need to carry from the gods. Nah, it's... Bro, it's because I've got this outfit, bro. I told you, as soon as I get this outfit, it's different. You have to reconnect your account like every other time. Really? Yeah, I've never had that issue, Rebecca. Maybe you need to just, like, reset everything. Like, reset it all off and then, like, clean it. Like, clear it. Clear the cache, change password, whatever, and then, like, reconnect it. Where's my guy? Where's my lobby? I wish we could have it so that whoever's the host gives the lobby music to everyone else, because I know Joe would love to have Swim Free on.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, like every other time I have to reconnect PlayStation, and I've tried like just disconnecting it entirely like 3 times.
I don't know then.
Yes. It's really weird. Like sometimes it's every other time I play,
and
then sometimes it doesn't do it for a while. It's really weird.
That's weird, yeah.
I don't change anything. It just disconnects and you have to reconnect it. It's very annoying.
Yeah, it's weird.
But what I was going to say was, who do you think is the hottest female in like the superhero
MCU
universe? MCU, okay, we'll do MCU first of all.
MCU, ooh. None, they're all subpar to Chris Evans.
Fuck off.
Subpar. That's the best I can say, subpar. I guess, I don't know. Tobey Maguire. That's the next hottest after Chris.
Yeah, but we're talking about women.
Women are like 50th on the list.
For me, it's a toss-up between Black Widow and Peggy Carter.
Oh, Peggy, yeah, Peggy's good. What about Wanda?
Peggy. See, Wanda's really close.
But Peggy just beats that. Peggy, to be fair, Peggy
beats it. Peggy's so fit, bro. Like
when she did the series, the Captain Carter series, whatever they're called. Not Captain Carter, the I can't remember the name of it now, but yeah, she has a series and it's quite good. When you're making the Minecraft server, probably on the 32nd day of the month. 32nd day of the month.
Bro.
Yeah, not so. Yeah, it's 32nd day of the month. Yeah. But yeah, nah, fair. I can respect that, you know. I can respect that, you know. Peggy is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Sandy Steps. 3 for 3. Nah, Joe's gonna lose it for us. I guarantee it's gonna be Joe. I blame Joe. Sorry, Joe, but I blame you.
It's not Joe's fault. Be nice.
Nah, Joe understands. I've been the reason we've lost before. Many times.
No, if anyone's gonna be the reason we lose, it's me. Let's be real.
Nah. It's Joe's fault. Poor Joe. Gotta lock in. I hope so. Nah, Joe's probably one of the better ones of us, so it's fine. But the problem with Joe is he's highly rated, so he probably puts us in a higher level of game. Like, that's the only issue. It's like when we play with JB, we get put in a low level. When we play with Joe, we get put on the high level, I swear. Like, every time we play with Joe, we get put with the sweatiest motherfuckers around.
I swear the last 2 lobbies have been, like, my level.
Yeah, like, they've not... I swear, like, yeah, the lobby, the difficulty, like, when we went against... When me and Brassy went against 3 people, and we still won... Yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know the quality of the games have been low. Because, like...
I'm shit.
Nah, but, like, you know, let's face it. Like, usually when me and Brassy go against 3 people, it's not looking too good for us. Like, it's okay. But them lot were just, like, not very good. They got smoked. Who the fuck is this guy? But, like, these guys were terrible. Like, they all just... They weren't really doing anything. Like, Brassy got one, and he went down as well after he got one. And then the other guy I got, without even getting too injured. And the other guy who was in the jetpack should have smoked me, but bro didn't even get a chance on me. Like, he just... I don't know, man. Outlast players, yeah? Remember when we got 25th? Oh, yeah, that was terrible, bro. Like, 25th, bro. Imagine...
You got 25th?
Yeah, we got 25th. We all died so quick. It was fucking atrocious. I've never...
And you're saying that I'm bad.
Well, to be fair, we were with harder
no.
people. That's the issue. We were with the best.
Yeah.
We were with the people that could smoke Joe. That's when you know that it's hard. Wait here.
That's what they all say, mate.
Yeah, that was horrible. We landed at Dr. Doom's castle, and it was just like...
Oh,
hell.
Everyone's there.
Everyone was there. Like, it was the most awful thing. I don't it was the worst landing spot I've ever seen. I think it was the random who was with us too. Like, it wasn't even us who chose to do that. It was the random guy. So we should just blame the random guy for making us go there. He shouldn't have taken us there. What a dickhead. He sent us to death. Nah, Cap, yeah, with the black, yeah. Oh, nah, he's looking clean. You have to admit, Cap's looking clean.
That's fake Cap.
Now this is clean, bro. What do you mean fake Cap?
Fake Cap.
How is it fake Cap? This is Captain Jones. I'm not talking about Captain America. I'm talking about Captain Jones. Fuck's sake, I hurt myself. I'm talking about Captain Jones, bro. This is Cap's new. This is the new Cap. Forget Sam Wilson, bro. Forget Sam Wilson. Although I do like Sam, to be fair.
I have a present for you.
But I still prefer Chris Evans just because I love Chris Evans.
Who the fuck are you?
Joe was like, I was not with you when you got smoked. And then Joe remembered. He's like, actually, never mind. Yeah, you were with us, Joe. We had that random guy, and it was absolutely awful. Because he sent us to hell. I'm up here. Why? But yeah, nah, I can't lie though. Like, I want Steve, baby. I want Steve back. But it's fine. That's not part of the story. Thank you. That's not part of the story right now. You know, Steve's not coming back yet. He'll be back for Secret Wars. We all know this.
I still can't get over how he was in Deadpool.
Oh, just spoil it for everyone.
Sorry.
spoiled it for everyone. Damn. I can't believe this, Rebecca. I can't believe we had a policy of no Deadpool spoilers, and then you just spoiled it. Look, AF, bro. AF's gonna get fucked from that, you know, because he didn't want any spoilers. He didn't want to. He wanted to finish watching like 20 episodes of The Walking Dead before he watched it for some reason.
Oh, I see. Well, that's his fault, isn't it?
I mean, it is, but damn, I can't believe this. You just fucking spoiled it. Yes, that is right. Captain America is in Deadpool and Wolverine in all his glory. You know, I love it. I loved it. You know, seeing him throw his shield, seeing him fucking like beating the fuck out of people with his shield. Oh my god, it was amazing. It was absolutely glorious. Every second of it was amazing. It was really crazy when the shield gets cracked as well. Like, it was mad. I couldn't believe it got cracked. Like, I thought only like Thanos level people could do that, but crazy, bro. Crazy. Hearing bro say Avengers Assemble, it was gorgeous. Like it really excited the fuck out of Deadpool when he said that. Like, he was ready for it. Like, he was gagging for it, and he finally got his wish. I was so happy about that. Oh, okay. That was a player too. Oh, I hit him again. Wait, yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Good stuff. Excellent.
Whoa, Brassy went flying.
Yeah,
bro.
that was mad.
Oh, that was fun. Oh no, he's kind of fucked though.
I think they're bots, but still.
I'm coming.
How did I hit people when I was in the car, but I can't hit shit? Like, standing still. See, this is the thing. Standing still, I'm shit. Moving, I can actually hit people. It's funny. I guess it's because I'm so used to sniping on GTA, where, like, I'm used to, like, kind of using the left stick to kind of align myself left and right, and then my right stick only to do up and down. But so when I stand still and I've got to do both up and down and left and right on the right stick, I'm not very good. Real players.
Bitches.
We love real players. Where are they?
On that hill.
Alright. Can't see fat shit, bro. Yeah, sorry about that, AF, you know. I hope you enjoy it, though. It doesn't really ruin it too much knowing that Cap's in Deadpool, bro. Don't worry about it. People behind us as well. Oh, everyone's like left me. Sorry, lads. You guys good, yeah?
No.
No? What's going on?
Fucking try hard.
Oh, really?
And that shitty outfit, yeah.
Ah, oh, dead. Fuck's sake.
All wear that stupid outfit.
What outfit?
The, like, one where they just look like a condom.
Oh, the condom outfit. It's because they blend in better. They blend in better to the map, so that's why they like to wear the condom outfit. They're the kind of people that want every possible advantage, like no matter what, you know. So they will do everything they possibly can to be as like blended in as possible. So they want every advantage. They don't want to have to play like, you know, equal to everyone else. So Joe's fault. Poor Joe, man. Poor Joe. Joe gets so much abuse. I love it. Black Widow's in a store. Nice. We love that. Speaking of Black Widow, yeah. This random woman I've never heard of. Yeah, bro, we get it. Deadpool and Wolverine, we get it. That's like last month's news. We've got a ginger in the store that is cursed.
Why the fuck did you say it like that?
What?
You're like, oh my god, we got a ginger.
Yeah, we got a ginger.
Rude.
It's the only discrimination I condone is hate on gingers. It's funny though, because Joe, I love how like every time you play, you gotta play with complete scum because of like how you played in previous seasons. So now every time Joe plays, yeah, it's pretty bad. Like it's funny. Poor Joe, bro. Joe can't get away from them. People who should have used the headboard. For fuck's sake.
True.
Can't believe this. Damn.
What? It's so true though.
Damn, bro said they should have used their headboard.
They
That's
should have.
mad, you know. That's fucking mad.
They should have.
Maybe they should have the snip snip.
Both, ideally.
Both, ideally.
Do we need to spawn more Satans?
Yeah, the world would be a lot better place if there weren't a lot. I feel like get rid of like most of the children in the world, and the world would be a better place.
No. I have something to up that. Get rid of a lot of men in the world, and the world would be a much better place.
How about we get rid of like 75% of the men, women, and children in the world, and the world would be a much better place. We could just do what Thanos did, but instead of 50-50, we do like maybe 85-15 or something.
I say just men.
No, I say all of them. Because there's too many shitty mothers who cause their children to grow up shit as well. So I think we should just get rid of like 85% of men, women, and children. And bro, you wouldn't be here if you did. I like how he knows what category he would be in. Bro,
well,
even if it was like 25% of, or get rid of 25% of children, AF knows he wouldn't qualify. AF's in the bottom fucking tier. He's done. Even if it was 5%, he knows he's done.
I don't make the rules, bro. Sorry.
Just casually discussing genocide, yeah? Just a casual, you know, we don't do it based upon any race or religion or sexuality. We do it purely on the fact if they're a fucking annoyance. That's different, you know. That's different. It's completely fair then. It's mercy. It's mercy.
It's mercy for the rest of us.
It's fucking mercy. Bro. Maybe Thanos was right, you know? Thanos was right all along.
Nah, I'm telling you, he had a point. To be fair. I was going to say something that's maybe a bit too mad.
Yeah, probably. We do our best to replicate the Planet of the Apes trilogy from 2010 so when the flu takes out half the world. Well, you know what? If it was something where we could have what we should do, yeah, is we should have a flu or some sort of virus that's only curable by 100% guaranteed vaccine, because then you get rid of all the fucking weirdos out there anti-vax. Simple solution. Simple solution. And by anti-vax, I mean primarily the American anti-vaxxers who are who get very angry at everyone else for just existing.
Yeah.
That's probably the best solution. That basically eradicates the world of like 95% of Republicans, and that's a good win in my opinion. I just want to clarify. I'm joking. Like, I don't actually want to kill Republicans. I just wish they would be more intelligent people. You know? I just want to clarify that in case anyone wants to review my stream. Like, oh, this guy's inciting hate, violence. No, I mean, you know, the world would be a better place if there were less Republicans, but let's hope we can get rid of them through education, not through genocide, you know? Happened to your boy Steve Jobs, to be fair. Steve Jobs was one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. He's both a very smart man and one of the dumbest. His intelligence got too high that he thought he was smarter than everyone else. And,
he thought he was being like Giga 7 brain and ended up being...
But Steve Jobs was an arsehole, so I don't really care.
I mean, yeah, he was really shit to his...
Yeah, his children. I feel bad for his children, so...
Yeah.
I've seen 2 of the films in the trilogy. We haven't watched the third one. Me and Rebecca we haven't got around to that yet. And then we wanted to go and see the new one that was in the cinema, but we never actually got around to doing it, did we? Something came up and we just never got around to watching them.
Yeah, I don't remember what happened, but yeah.
It went out of the cinema too soon, I think, for me. Like, I think because like we were waiting for it because there was other stuff on, and then like the holiday. I think it was a school holiday as well. And then like by the time we went to see it, the school holiday was over, and it wasn't summer holidays. It was before that. It was the May holiday.
Oh yeah.
But there was loads of kids in the cinema, so we decided not to go to see it straight away. And then by the time we went to see it, it was like gone. So did bro die before the iPhone 4? I think it was around then. It was around the iPhone 3GS, I think. Maybe the 4. He never. The thing is, I think the iPhones would be better if Steve was still around, because I don't think he would be very happy with the current crop of iPhones. He'd be like, "Is this it? Is this all you've managed to do?"
Did you see the? I think it's just with the Pro. Yeah, it's with just the Pro. How they've got like this new button.
Yeah, the button where you can like slide it to zoom in. I was like, well, you can just do that with the screen. The screen also works like that. I don't know.
True.
I was
and,
like,
the only time I could really see you using it is when you're in landscape mode. But if you're in portrait,
use a screen.
that seems really awkward.
The thing is, it's annoying as well, is that you need to have a case that doesn't enclose it, which means you have to have a hole in your fucking case.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, bro. I'm not a big fan of that button. I was like, is this all they managed to do? Add a fucking button? Oh, this fucker, man. The Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper's still better than this gun. Oh yeah, we want to see Beetlejuice. But I'm not gonna wait around because I don't want to risk it going away. I think we're seeing it tomorrow actually, so. Appreciate it. Can Buddy heal us? Yeah, can random Buddy heal us? He's a healer. Why is he not healing? Lazy bastard.
Have you killed them?
No, there's still one left. Oh, there's 2 actually. Oh my god, bro, what the fuck was that? Oh, I forgot. This thing only fucking shoots in bursts, doesn't it? Oh, I was aiming it like it's a normal gun. That's my bad.
My god, these people are really laggy, by the way.
Why is Buddy shoot? He's on the roof, I think, yeah. Bro, you're a healer. Heal me. Like, why is Buddy not healing?
I can't shoot!
Got him. Don't worry.
Fucking hell.
Oh, there you go. Now he's doing something. Just took him forever to do it.
Oh, who the fuck is
Oh,
this?
who the fuck is this Donnie? Who the fuck is this Donnie? Who the fuck was he?
Oh my god, they had like mad stuff.
What the fuck? Who the fuck was he? Oh, the gold. Yeah, I'll take the gold pistol, bro. You know me. I'm actually alright with the gold pistol. Damn, he had Doctor Doom's thing. I don't really want it. You guys, you can have it if you need it for your quest or whatever.
I mean, I do, but like, when am I gonna hit people?
It's pretty good to be fair if you're close up. Like if you press L2, it does that big charge. That thing's pretty mad. And you can just shoot it randomly at people from far if you want.
How do I use it?
L2 does the big charge, and then R2 does the small ones. The small ones are actually pretty good, I can't lie.
Okay.
If you get, because they do splash damage, so as long as you get near the person, you can do damage to them. Like I actually won a game with them by shooting, well, with everyone else, by shooting the guy, like he was behind a rock, and I shot him with it, and it killed him, so. Don't underestimate it.
I'll give it a go.
In a close-up, like, really close-up, like, they're next to you, yeah, the shotgun's probably a little bit better, but, like, if they're a little bit further away, or they're medium, like, if they're right, like, say if they're, I don't know, say the building here, you can, and they're behind the wall or something, yeah, you can destroy the fuck out of it, do some mad damage. Oh, well, but, yeah, no, I hope to see Beetlejuice, hopefully tomorrow, we'll see, though. But, yeah. I like the, I did like the, Apes, films. Although it's a bit jarring, though, how, like, James Franco's in the first one, and he's not in the second one, and so they have to, like, you know, they go back there and everything to the house, and it's, like, you see the pictures and all that, and it's, like,
Yeah.
damn, like, this guy just died off screen. That's like, the maddest way to die, is to just die off screen.
Well, it would have been nice if he wasn't,
Yeah, that's the was that when he was found out, like, being a weirdo? Was that, like, around the same time, so they didn't bother, like, bringing him back?
The same time.
Yeah, they fucking said, nah, we don't want you, bro. We don't want you, James. Get the fuck out. Get off our screens. Fuck's sake. Too many of these fucking weirdos, man. And one day people will look back and say, what happened to Kang? Why did Kang suddenly disappear? Oh, yeah, because Jonathan Majors is a fucking
children,
weirdo,
let
bro.
me tell you.
I think Brassy's shooting someone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a good choice right there. If they're hiding behind the wall. If you can hit the rock with it, you'll probably do some damage. I killed Centurion. Bro. Ah, you fucker, man. Oh, my days, man. Ah, these motherfuckers with their stupid fucking jetpacks, I swear.
I hate the jetpacks so much.
Yeah, I hate the jet. I think everyone I talk... I know that Dean hates them as well. Like, everyone I speak to says the same thing. Jetpacks fucking suck. Like, they fucking suck so much. They ruin the game so fucking much. I'm switching back to the other lobby music. That might be why we're losing. So we switch back to Swim Free. Wrong season. The human characters aren't the focus of the 8-film Caesar is. I guess so, but I mean, still, I'd like to have seen, if in an alternate universe, if James hadn't been a complete weirdo, I would like to have seen him come back. Because Quite liked his character, to be honest with you. Why's the fucking music broken now? There we go. Yeah, they've done that every season, Joe. I feel like this time around where they make you drop in certain locations, otherwise you get cooked. It's so stupid. Every chapter, every season, this chapter has just been awful for stuff like that. Hopefully, chapter 6 will be better for that.
Huh.
I mean, I hope so. Maybe they will have. Apparently, one of the story, they got like a new guy in for the story, and like it's going to kind of he's going to have full like reign over it for like chapter 6 onwards. Because like chapter 5 was kind of like tying up ends of the old stories apparently, so he's going to be like fully doing it from chapter 6. So I'm hoping that will mean some more logical maps and stuff, which actually makes sense for the story.
Are you gonna stream the debate?
No, I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump and fucking Kamala Harris.
I thought you said that you might start like stream that.
I'll stream the election probably, but not the fucking debate.
Yeah.
Couldn't give a fuck about Donald Trump waffling on.
I'm curious to see how it goes. Like,
I wasn't interested.
Like...
I'm not interested because they've turned off the mics in between. So it just basically means that he's not going to get to the point where he calls her a bitch. Because I was hoping that him and her would go back and forth enough that he would just get really pissed off and call her a bitch, and then just show off how fucking nuts he is. But like, you won't do that now because he's muted. So, oh well.
I guess it's a blessing and curse to having it muted and not having it.
Yeah, I think Kamala should never agree to that.
Because yeah, that would have been ideal.
Donald always looks really much better when he can waffle on. And when he can like when he's not being like, because that's the thing, that's what really killed him in the election against Biden, was that moment where he just kept waffling on and everyone was really pissed off of him, and then Biden says, "Will you just shut up, man?" Like that was the most real, that was the moment that won it for Biden, I think, because everyone looked at him and was like, yeah, this is exactly what we want. We want someone who will tell this motherfucker to shut up. But they won't have the opportunity to do that in this election, so in this debate, so.
Oh wow, I was the first player to be eliminated.
Nice. Oh, fuck me, don't get stuck on that. Oh god, there's fucking everywhere, man.
I've been playing worse since Joe joined.
Joe's brought us down. I know that was the meme, but it does feel like it's Joe's actually done. Nah, to be fair, it's just because I think it's because Joe's like high rated, so like he brings like when he joins, like all the high level, the fucking high rated people get put in our games. That's my theory on it, anyways. Like, it's because Joe's just high rated.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, that's why I ran away from the area. I was like, fuck that, bro. Really? Oh, that one has a scope. Alright, keep that one then, because that one's got a scope. I didn't know what to do in this situation, because, like, we're cooked. Okay, we lost 2 man. I'm not got the best shit, neither has Brassy, I don't imagine.
They're not that good. It's just they group together. So
Yeah. Are they still there?
yeah, I think there's at least 2 of them.
Fuck me.
Unless they've decided to go, which would be really weird.
I'm gonna run in with the shield and maybe... Nah, they're not here anymore. They left. I think they ran away when Joe was like going after them.
Oh.
They killed Joe and then left.
Maybe to revive.
Yeah, they went down that fucking thing, didn't they? I already know. They went down there, little bastards. I don't see them there. Yes, hopefully chapter 6 will bring a little bit more balance back to it. I'm really excited for chapter 6 just because it'll be a fresh start after chapter 5 and yeah, new map, new meta. I'm quite excited for it. I feel like chapter 5 has been fun for some parts. Like chapter 5 season 1 was fun other than the ridiculous overpowered meta at the end of it where everyone was just snipers and shotguns. Chapter 2 was pretty fun. I'd say chapter 2 was actually a decent all-round chapter. Like it was a bit, they definitely had to nerf a bit of it here and there, but like it was all right and it had some interesting mechanics. And I'd say season 3 was fun for people that like cars. And then, well, the beginning anyway. And then yeah, season 4 has just been, I would say season 4 is definitely the weakest of the chapters thus, or the seasons thus far. Like I don't really care about any of this. Especially the jetpack. I hate it. Oh, damn, you're gonna give me that? Yeah, alright.
Have you got cap shield?
Yeah.
If you drop it, I can pick it up and then I'll give you back.
Alright.
I don't know if it works like that. But...
It should. I did it myself.
Nope.
Did what, really?
Nope.
Hmm. Well, if I see one, yeah.
Or the panther claws.
Okay, if I see either, I'll let you know.
Thanks.
I think the thing I'm most excited for the next chapter, though, is also the introduction of first-person mode, which will be interesting to see how that will play out. Like, will it be a separate mode? Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. There's a lot of aspects, I think, for the next chapter that will be quite interesting to see play out when they're finished with it. And also the first season... I think it's like season 3, I think, or season 2 or 3 next year will be the first fully made in, like, Fortnite. Using the built-in Fortnite tools. It'll be the first like fully UEFN, I think it's. So that'll be really nice, like fully built in. So that'll be really cool to see how that all turns out. Your second bid pot gave you 40 instead of 50. You're not allowed 50, bro. 50 is only allowed for people that deserve it. Not you, apparently. Ooh. I couldn't resist. I love this fucking pistol. I love it so much. I'm okay with it. I'm actually better at it when it's not got a scope than when it has. Fair enough, which is weird. Oh yeah, did you guys hear there's a new Lego Fortnite update on the 17th where they're adding new islands and stuff with all new things?
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm fucking hyped. I just said I was better at this, and I missed, like, all those shots except one. I'm super hyped for it. I'm so fucking hyped for, new chapter. New, update. What the hell? Why am I getting 0 kills, bro? Or 0 damage? Is it because I'm too far away, or is it because she's got, like, defense up or something. What is this? But all right. That's why I'm really excited for that. Like, I'm super hyped for the new update for Lego. You know me. And now we got the bus stop update. Oh my god, we can actually add bus stops everywhere. There's people here. Yeah, there's people here. There's people here. Well, I don't know if they're bots or what, but they are here. Oh, that went really well, actually. There's gloves over here, I think. Yeah, there's gloves over here, Rebecca.
Currently being shot at the moment.
Oh, just leave him. Ignore him. Is that another group?
I've got no ammo. Someone killed me.
Tick, Tick, Boom. Great film. What the fuck, bro? Come on.
Where was the potential sign? Oh,
Over there where Joe is. It was gloves.
thank you.
No worries. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. Get rid of that shite. Woo! Man, I'm so excited. Got my favorite guns. And a shield! We know the shield's not very good, I find, but... I honestly love this outfit. I love how this guy looks more like Captain America than the Captain America skin, which is pretty lackluster if I'm honest. I would love to have had a Chris Evans like styled one, but they didn't give us that. I guess it could be worse though. It could end up looking like Loki, which is an abomination. Over the 2021 films of Andrew Garfield, you're taking Tick Tick Boom over it. I guess it depends on how much of a fan of Spider-Man you are. Like, for me as a big fan of Spider-Man, I'd probably have to... I'd always say Spider-Man, but... Tick Tick Boom is really good. I'm a big Spider-Man fan, love Spider-Man, love Toby, love Andrew, so that one will always have to be above, just purely for the fan service, but... That's reasonable. I can understand why someone would say Tick Tick Boom. Oh, fuck's sake, go up, not down. They're over there, are they? Oh, are they in the... Oh, they must be in the thing. Yeah, they're inside the bunker. Looks like. Maybe? Come on. At least he hasn't got a sniper. They're looking over us, at least. They are looking at us. Yeah, fuck you guys. Don't look at us like that. Trying to hit people with this is not easy, I'm not gonna lie. No, don't tell me my controller's low. Ain't got time for that shite. Oh, it hit me, no? Actually hit him. Quite amazing, that one.
Where are they?
Oh, hit him. 125. They're over there. Oh, he hit me too. That hurt. Can I go up there? Oh, you can. Good. I can save that a little bit by using these. Oh yeah, I'll take that instead. Yeah, I'll do that, I'll do that. Where did they go? Did they go over there? Did they go in the water or something?
They just kept on going.
Alright, cool. Alright, that's gonna be a bit of a sketchy run. Oh, times like this, I wish I had a jetpack. I'm going up on the hill, by the way, Rebecca, so you're gonna be on your own if you go down there. Honestly, I don't really care. Like I about like the quality of the story in any of the Spider-Man trilogy, like the newer one. I never liked any of the trilogy of like Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. Like I'd say Homecoming's probably the best of the stories. But honestly, I'm just there for the fan service. I really couldn't care less about the story. Like I don't even care. I don't pay about any attention to the story in those films. I literally am only there for the fan service. Like, I didn't like any of those films other than Homecoming. Like I remember before No Way Home came out, I would have rated that trilogy as the, well, you know... Far From Home is my most hated, other than Black Widow, of the MCU films. And then I would say after that... Yeah, so, yeah. That's why I didn't care about the story. I'd already been clocked out from the story at that point. I'd already shut down from the story. So, the fact that it was... purely just fan service elevated that film completely for me. If it had not had Toby and Andrew in it, I would have probably rated it a little bit higher than Far From Home. But I wouldn't have rated it particularly high. But them two in it would just made it all for me. And I think that a lot of people felt that way because it is a very large box office. I think Marvel looked at those films and I think that they've realized that perhaps fan service is what gets people into the cinema these days for a lot of these MCU films. So same thing happened with Deadpool and Wolverine. I imagine a lot of people got into the cinema purely to see Wolverine and some of the other favorites come back. As long as they keep doing that, I'll still be there. Wait, on the left? Oh, shit. You don't think $250 million films can afford to have it? I mean, if it wasn't fan service, probably not. But, I mean, considering the film is, what, like the 4th or something? Like, largest grossing film now?
Not a good spot, man.
I think that, like, it kind of paid off for Disney, Disney and Sony, to be honest with you. Like, that film did better than pretty much every other film other than the Avengers and, like... I think, was it, like, Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, and what was the other film that was above it? And then it was, like, fucking Spider-Man. I don't know. It's probably lower down now, but, like... In terms of Disney MCU films, or MCU films, it was, like, the 4th at the time, which was ridiculous. It's probably lower down now. I've seen films with way better plot lines that do terrible in cinema. And I've seen films with way worse plot lines do better because of fan service. You know, that's the name of the game. I think story is probably not that high up for a lot of people who watch films in cinemas anyway these days. Because when I'm in a cinema, there's usually so many other people annoying you that you can't focus on the story. So if I'm gonna watch something for story, I'm very likely not going to be at the cinema. I'm probably going to be watching at home. That's why I was very pleasantly surprised when that film with Robert Downey Jr. What's it called? Oppenheimer. That one. I was really surprised when people in that film were not making noise. Oh fucking hell, man! That scumbag up on that hill, man. Bro, hiding in the trees, mad. Got you, bro. That's it. That's it.
So, how you were talking about men dressing up as women characters, that whole squad, I think was because I killed an Ariana Grande called Thomas.
Yeah.
Not judging, but you know.
Damn, I did alright with that one. I got 10 kills with that one. That's crazy. I'm telling you, that gold pistol did me wonders. Like, I'm actually quite decent with the gold pistol. Or orange, or whatever it was. I think I do pretty well with that. Whew. That was gorgeous, though, that. Like, we did really well. And they didn't even notice I was standing there, so, like, I got one from behind, and then it was just that one guy left. Beautiful. What's the shop saying? Anything good? Boardwalk. Ooh. Oh my god, look who it is. My favorite character in the entire world. Fucking Weeknd, bro. Oh my god, I love the Weeknd so much. Also, why the fuck... why the fuck are they giving Weeknd? Like, why have they made his face so less, like, big? His face is way bigger than that, bro. Nah, they're... That's mad, bro. Not even accurate. Not even real-life accurate, bro. Is this the same shop as yesterday, except with, like, the boardwalks?
It's the exact same shop apart from the top one.
Oh, that's shite, man. Oh my days, man. This is such a bad store. They gave us Weekend and the other guy. When you say you can't afford 2 million point to, no offense, sloppy stories, the less money that goes into cinema, I'm actually interested in being quality. I mean, to be honest with you, that money wouldn't go into that cinema. It just wouldn't be there. Like, if we got rid of all the sloppily told stories, the money wouldn't just magically go into other cinema. It would probably go into other media like video games and music. Like, you can't make people turn up for stuff that they don't want to see. Like, the market is, you follow the market, you don't dictate to the market. And I do find it interesting that there are so many directors out there who think that it's the other way around. You make and the people will come. Sometimes that can work out. Sometimes. But a lot of times that is arrogance, and that arrogance gets rewarded at the box office with a fat zero. Well, not a fat zero, but a fat failure. And it's an arrogance I think a lot of people don't like, is when people think that, you know, their view of something is better than someone else's view, and that because their view's better, that something's better, or that is, you know, subjectively better than the other stuff, that everyone should just like it. And the fact of the matter is, it's not that. You know, people will have their own views, and like, a lot of people out there will say, I couldn't give a fuck about Oppenheimer, I couldn't give a fuck about all that shit and other good films, and they will not just turn up to watch these good films, they just won't watch the films at all. So I don't think that's necessarily what would happen if you got rid of all these sloppily told stories. You just wouldn't get the money at all, and cinema would probably decrease in size and become irrelevant, or at least not as relevant. I mean, they always do this. They always have these indie films and these really, really well done films, and no one turns up. You know? Like me and Rebecca, we've gone to see a lot of what are, you know, rated very highly films by the critic industry, and we turn up and it's just us two or maybe 5 people max. Whereas we go to see these sloppily told stories, and yet there are full rooms, you know, we can't even get in there. They're full rooms full of people. Even weeks after, we went to see Deadpool and Wolverine, weeks later, still full people. And yet we've gone to see some of these highly rated films and the room is empty, like 2 weeks after release. So I don't necessarily think if you got rid of these other films that there would be more people going to see these better films or whatever. They just wouldn't turn up to the cinema, and the cinema industry would die, or die more than it already has. So at the end of the day, you don't dictate the market, you follow the market. That's economics 101 for anyone living in a capitalist country. You don't dictate the market, you follow the market. And if the market says, hey, we want this shit, if the market says we want fan service, you give them fan service. That's why, as much as people are saying I don't like the multiverse saga, people turn up for it. You know, people are turning. Why is it that the films that really heavily play? Why is it that the MCU films that have really pushed the fan service have done really well, and the MCU films that have been pushing the new stuff have not? You know, why are there so many more people going to see Wolverine and Deadpool and Spider-Man No Way Home than Miss Marvel, or, you know, the Marvels or whatever, or whatever films that they've released these days? I can't remember half of them. But there's so many people going to see these films because of the fan service. Even Doctor Strange, which did it well in the first. I remember the first Doctor Strange did well, and that did really well in the second one as well, because people thought there'd be really badass fan service there. So there wasn't. So mostly because the new MCU characters are so dead. Well, yeah, I mean that does help that the old characters are better, but I guess, but at the same time, it's fan service. I guarantee you bring back Iron Man, people will be at the cinema. You bring back Iron Man, you bring back Cap, you bring back any of them, people will be at the cinema. It's as simple as that. Do you think the reason Marvel films do as well is because they annex in theaters? I mean, you say that, but like my theater, for example, bases it up. They decide their numbers. They decide how many rooms go to watch which film based upon the numbers they had in the previous week. So if the other films are doing shit, they just don't get the numbers for the next week. So it's as simple as that. That's it. People come to them, so they take over because people want to see that. As whether you like it or not, that's the way it goes. Some of these most highly rated films in history, the ones that everyone says are really good, they did so shit at the box office, and yet they are cult classics, not because of the box office numbers, but because they built up a fan base years later. I mean, there's films I've heard of from the 80s that were shit at the time, or considered shit at the time. It was years later before people really appreciated them. And so those films would go out now and they would just be ignored. That's life. Marvel's like, oh, you gotta watch the TV shows. I mean, somewhat. It depends what film. You don't really need to watch anything else to understand Deadpool and Wolverine. I guess you could watch the Fox stuff, but I mean, it's not like I would say you have to watch the Fox stuff. Like, I haven't watched much of the Fox stuff, and yet I knew completely fine what was going on, so it just depends on who it is. But at the end of the day, you follow the market. You follow what the market is, and then the market has shown previously that the reason that these films, they do well, and so they fill the cinema with them. But even then, my cinema, the Marvel films, especially Deadpool and Wolverine and all that, they are full, even with all these rooms being taken up by them. And yet, when they put 2 or 3 different of a smaller film on, no one's there. Like, no one's there. Like, no one. And they're not going to want to run a theater for, like, 4 or 5 people. It just isn't financially a sound decision. But that's, yeah, I mean, that's it. No, that's exactly it. Like, I hate COD. I think COD's shit, but people buy that shit every year. And there's a reason why they keep making it as dumb and as stupid as it is because that's the market. But I'm not gonna kid myself and say, oh, if we just didn't make COD, there'll be more money to be put into other games, and those other games would take its place. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. COD made money year on year. And if the money wasn't put into COD, it just wouldn't be put into anything. It's not like Activision would just cancel COD and just say, oh, well, we'll put money into actually good games without sloppily told online or sloppily told stories and bad online, because that money wouldn't go into other games. It just wouldn't be spent. You know, they're not going to suddenly ramp up Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, all these other games to make more money from them. They're just going to make other stuff that might hit or miss, and they'll probably just stick it in the next safest thing. So the next safest thing, like if you don't have the MCU, where's the money going to go? Harry Potter. Where's the money going to go if not Harry Potter? Lord of the Rings. Like, it will just keep going into the next big IP. You know, so if it's not the MCU, it will just go into next big IP, and they'll just keep doing that because that's how it works. Like, they're not going to go and make a $250 million brand new one. Like, it's just not going to work. You know, it isn't. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that that's just how, unfortunately, the money works with these things. It's just, you know, that's just how it is. Like, it's fair to be optimistic. I think it's nice to be optimistic that, you know, companies are gonna just suddenly pump out nice things. But if that was the case, why do companies? You see it with art and stuff. You see it with any art, music. They don't go out there promoting the small guys and new stuff. They always go back to the same big guys in the big industry, the big genres. That's what they always do. When they're leveraging, when they've got all this money to spend, they're not going to go and say, oh, well, fuck all the big guys, we're going to go and spend millions on new people. They're not going to, that's just not how it works. Companies will always do what is the safest bet. And the safest bet oftentimes is the same shit that you may not like that much. And that is something you just have to accept, is that in gaming, COD is going to be that shit. I've said it for years. It's a shit game. It's a fucking awful game. It's the most mindless, boring fucking experience that you could possibly have in a game. And the fact that people waste hundreds of hours playing that shit, thousands of hours playing that shit instead of experiencing other games, it's crazy to me. But it sells better than every other game except for GTA. So at the end of the day, why would I'm not going to get angry at the developer, the publishers, because they're following the money. You know, if there's millions of people every year that want to buy the same fucking game with a new skin on it, that's it. That's life. That's how it is, you know? That's life. And if that's what people want to buy, if that's what people want to play, if people want to play every, you know, there's people out there put £100 into COD already, £100, Ultimate Edition, whatever, year in, year out. FIFA, same thing, every year, FIFA, same, you know, it's, if those people want to do it, at the end of the day, that's the market. Same thing with iPhones. I get really pissed off that people buy these iPhones. People buy them. You know, PlayStation 5 Pro, it might be a hit. I don't know. I think it's stupid, but people might like it. And that's the market, you know? That's the market. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's life. The market will always go for the easiest, and safest bet. So at the moment, the easiest and safest bet. Even the MCU films that do bad, still almost always. I think there's a few times where they've maybe lost slightly, where they've slightly lost a bit of money, but almost always they make their money back, and a lot of times they make. Most of the times they make, you know, more like mad profit. Like Endgame made so much profit for Disney, like it's insane. So. You know, it is what it is. Like that's the way it works. That's the way the game is. Unfortunately, it would be nice in an ideal world that, you know, art takes priority over money. But in the world that we currently live in, unfortunately, money is the priority. And you know, this is why we see these really big. I mean, yeah, in theory, you know, if we spent 250 on an amazing, you know, we could maybe get an amazing film out of it that is one of the best films ever, perhaps. But there's no guarantee of that, and they could spend all this money making a brand new IP, and it just flops. And like, if you want to spend 250, you know, when you think of Disney, these Disney CEOs are thinking 250 for almost guaranteed success. It may not be the biggest success, but it'll probably be a success to some extent. Or 250 on a series, on a new movie that might completely flop, and you end up getting back barely anything. You know, they're gonna think, yeah, 250 on the almost guaranteed success. It's just, that's the way it is. So. That's just how it is. I look at Concord. That was a lot of money spent for a fucking complete failure. And like that. Do you think Sony's gonna go and spend money on new games now? No, they're gonna be safe as fuck now. Now that Concord flopped. Guarantee it, they're going to go and make another God of War. They're going to go and make another Spider-Man. They're going to go and make another Ghost of Tsushima. And I'm not complaining about that, as I love about all those games. But yeah, you can bet your ass Sony ain't going to be allowing any new games. They're going to be probably looking at a lot of their games in progress right now and thinking, oh, is this going to really make us any money? Is this going to be a flop? So it's that's just reality, unfortunately. That's just reality, you know. You just... That was a perfect example of a company thinking they can dictate the market. Sony was pushing through with that shit. Mind you, it wasn't Sony that started it. It was started by an independent company that was bought by Sony, and they didn't want to cancel it because it was so much money spent on it already. But that was them basically saying, yeah, we know the market better than the market, and then the market said, fuck off. Remember how Blizzard was like trying to push mobile phones, and they said back in the day, everyone here has mobile phones, don't you? Like, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. You know, Payday does that a lot, where Payday tells the players what they think is better, and everyone just ends up fucking hating it, and then they end up reversing on it and saying, ah, fuck this, I wish we didn't. It's a phase. Gangster movies dominated for decades. MCU style like 15 years ago. It's over in 5. I think that there always will be a market for superhero stuff, but I definitely think it's going to start to... It's already starting to kind of dry up a bit, but... Say 50 million each. Godzilla -1 from last year. The budget 50 million had better effects. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's true, but again, like... I guess that is... It's smarter to diversify. And that is true. Diversifying can pay off a lot better than just going into one. But again, it's just like, you don't know whether it's going to hit. Like, remember, like, you see a lot of these horror films, they try that. They're very low budgets. And sometimes they're hits. Sometimes they're really good, but then sometimes that they just don't take off. So, yeah. I mean, ideally in a world, yes, that's how it would work. But unfortunately in the world as it currently stands, that ain't going to be the case. Unless if you become rich yourself and then decide to open up your own studio, in which case, you know, by all means. But then the problem, of course, is it's hard because you might make these films that you really love and think are really good, and other people might love, but then just they don't hit in the cinema. You know, you might release a film that all the critics love, 95, 96s, yada, 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 and then you put it in the cinema thinking it's going to hit, even when the MCU films aren't on, and then no one turns up because no one wants to pay to go to a cinema to see something they're not sure they love. Like, me and Rebecca do that because our cinema's cheap. For $6.99, yeah, like, me and Rebecca love going to the cinema because even if we don't like it, or even if we don't think it's amazing, it's $6.99. But if you're paying, like, 15, 20 pounds to go to the cinema and it turns out to be a film you hate, fuck, that sucks. Most MCU's films are bombing nowadays. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. The fan service ones are doing better, and that's why Disney will just keep doing the fan service ones. They'll probably move away from some of the other ones that aren't doing well. They're not gonna start thinking, oh, the MCU's dead. They're gonna start thinking, oh, we need more fan service. That's how they're gonna be thinking. They're not gonna be thinking, oh, MCU's dead. They'll be thinking, ah, yeah, we need more fan service instead. So there will certainly still be the $250 million, you know, ones. 100%. We'll see Andrew Garfield come back. We'll see Tobey Maguire come back. We'll see Hugh Jackman come back until he's 90. They'll probably be pulling from the other MCU, from the other old stuff. There'll be other Fox characters coming back. There'll be other, you know, there'll be lots of stuff coming back. 100% Blade will be back. I have no doubt that after that, 100% Blade will be back. As well as the new Blade, I imagine. But the old Blade will be back. Like, Disney's not going to look at that and go, oh, yeah, we need to spend more money on new things. They'll be like, how can we get more money from what we're currently doing? And that'll be fan service. Ultimately, it doesn't cost them that much to... It doesn't cost them that much, ultimately, to make... to get these people. Like, they can get people like Toby and Andrew back and Hugh back, and they're not paying insane amounts that they're not willing to pay. I mean, no, they're willing to bring back Robert Downey Jr. And I swear bro's getting paid mad for this. Because, again, it's the fan service. It's the fan service. It's Robert Downey Jr. Even though we may never see him outside of the mask, people will go and see it because Robert Downey Jr. is there. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, people will be there. There'll be people that I haven't spoken to in years, who haven't watched a Marvel film in years, who will be out there just to see Robert Downey Jr. potentially coming back. He's getting paid $80 million in one movie. See, that shit is where that because Disney knows they will make money. They are confident that he's going to make them money. They are confident about that. And you know what? They're probably right. It probably will be a very big... It'll probably be a $2 billion film. 100%. Like, a $2 billion box office film. 100%. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, it will easily hit that. So that's just the reality of it. Disney is obviously confident in him. But it will just mean that we'll see less stuff like the Marvels and stuff. You know, those are the films that didn't do very well. So we'll probably just see less of them. We'll see less of, you know, Ant-Man didn't do very well either, but which is fine because they've already done what, like, was it 3 Ant-Mans now? 4? I don't remember how many Ant-Mans is it. Is it 3 Ant-Mans now? 4? 5? I fucking know. But the point being is that we probably, fuck's sake. Oh, I just realized Joe's not here. I thought we were with Joe still. But yeah, those characters just won't be around as much, or they won't get their own, you know, film. Alright, no worries, Joe. Have a good one, bro. Yeah, we just won't see those characters as much. Like, I can't imagine we'll see, like, Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel very much right now. Like, I don't think we'll see her again probably until, like, the Avengers film. That's how it will be. It's just they won't show the characters that didn't do very well.
They're coming for us.
Yeah. You're gonna buy a ticket for something else. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you prefer your money going somewhere else and your cinema doesn't check, yeah, why not? I don't think Disney will hurt that much from it, you know. Disney probably doesn't care too much. They're still gonna be making $2 billion. That's Disney. Disney will be happy with that. But at the end of the day, the majority make the decisions in the world, and the majority will go for the thing they like. And at the end of the day, you can have, like, it's the same thing with politics as well. You may have your opinions on certain things, but at the end of the day, the majority always votes, and if the majority thinks that something or other is better, then that's the way the game is played, you know. You just have to accept that sometimes life isn't the way you dreamed. It's the best thing. That's the best part of becoming an adult as well, is realizing the world is not ever going to be the way you'd hoped for it. Because if it was, Call of Duty would be dead. I've been saying for years Call of Duty should die. Here we are, over 14 years since I said Call of Duty should die, and we are still waiting, so I've long accepted that it's not dying. I've long accepted Call of Duty is here to stay. Even on the year it does bad. Even when Call of Duty does bad, it still outsells pretty much every other game. Even when Call of Duty is at its fucking lowest, it still does better than like every other game other than GTA. I think the only game that does better than Call of Duty is literally GTA. But that's life, isn't it? That's the mad part. Best selling game for the last decade. GTA Ruined Street. GTA will, yeah. Every time GTA comes out, those are like the only years that COD doesn't do like the best selling. Like that's the like literally every time GTA comes out, that's it. Like that year is GTA, but or that next year is GTA, because obviously GTA usually comes out at the end of the year, so the next year is usually GTA. Although to be honest with you, GTA at the end, even with just a few months, can outdo like COD. So you know. Fucking hell, these guys are really thirsty for, aren't they? Oh no. Fuck's sake. Well, that's enough. Well, unfortunately for Martin, unfortunately for him, his art form... I think Martin lives in an alternate reality where he thinks that he can define what cinema is and what it isn't, but at the end of the day, everything is defined by money, not by what personal opinion is. So there's a lot of people out there that, you know, like it's like me saying that, like, or anyone saying like rap isn't music, or it is music, you know, like mumble rap is music at the end of the day. Even if it's not very good, it's still music, and if people buy it, people stream it, and there's a reason why it's so popular. There's lots of people that like it, and I may not like it, but it's still music. It's still, you know, professional music, even if it's not very good to me, but it's still professional music. So I don't think Martin can dictate to other people. He might feel that cinema is not as well as it used to be, but I don't think he gets to dictate that to the thing. He did define what cinema is. I mean, that's again your opinion on that. Like, I'll be honest, I don't rate anything he did very highly, and that's, you know, it's opinions, you know. Like you can't gatekeep. You can't gatekeep film. You can't gatekeep. I mean, at the end of the day, what is film? It's literally just images on a screen with some audio shoved in it. I mean, not even that. Film originally wasn't even audio. It was just images, you know? But that's the reality of it. You know, he might have revolutionized it in the 70s, but he can't, you know, why is he gatekeeping? How can he gatekeep what's happening in 2024? Like, it just makes him sound like he's out of touch. It makes him sound like a boomer screaming at the clouds. You know how boomers always say, oh, it was better in the old days. That's what he sounds like. Oh, it was better in the old days. But the reality is every generation is going to have amazing films, and every generation is going to have films that are just made for the money. So every generation is going to have films that are made for the art. Every generation is going to have film made for the money. Every generation is going to have films that tank. And every generation have films that blockbuster. That's just how it is, you know. But I don't think he can really gatekeep what is filmed to in 2024. It might have made sense, you know. Let's say he can revolutionize what he wants back in the day, but he's old. He's old. He's not there anymore. I don't think it's right to gatekeep. You could have people that revolutionize rock and roll, and gatekeep and say, "Oh, modern day rock is shit." But I don't think that's right. You know, you could have, it's like, you know, even then, like 90s rappers and 80s, you know, late 80s and early 90s rappers, you could say, oh, well, mumble rap's not music, but I don't think that's right either. Like, You know, they might have done well back then, but they can't gatekeep what is part of that genre or part of that industry or that art. You know, there's lots of modern day, you know, actual drawn art that's very different from, you know, 100 years ago. But again, if you had someone who was 100 years old, an artist saying, "Oh, well, modern day art isn't really art," it's like, bro, why are you gatekeeping? You know, things change. You know, the world changes, things change, and Marvel movies and superhero movies have become this juggernaut because people want to see them. If people had said to if Iron Man had released and people went to see it, okay, good. But then they did Iron Man 2, they did Cap, they did Hulk. If then by the Avengers people stopped turning up, if people said, fuck, I don't really, you know, we don't care about this, and the Avengers flopped, Disney wouldn't have continued making Avengers. They would have said, well, people don't want to see them, let's try something else. And they probably would look at either, you know, buying another industry up or another company or whatever, another art, or they would have maybe tried doing, you know, some stories out of their own back catalogue, which is what they've done now with doing all the live films. But people go and see these films and they make enough money that Disney says, you know, well, maybe we'll make more. But I don't know. I just don't like the idea of gatekeeping. You know, is the invaluable words of Martin, is that going to be, you know, is that going to be it for like 200, 300, 400 years from now? Everyone has to live to his words. You know what I mean? Is that what is going to happen? Like if in 300, 400 years, you know, everyone's having to live by his fucking, you know, his words. I don't know. I think that's silly. I think that, you know, things change, times change, and he might not recognize it, but the world changes, you know? And so you just have to... That's why Dwayne Johnson's the greatest man alive. Now, to be fair, Dwayne is probably the best, probably the best man in the world. But nah, that's how I look at it. You know, at the end of the day, you know, he has his opinion, but his opinion means nothing more than the opinion of any other, you know, director or any other producer or any other studio head. At the end of the day, the only opinion that actually matters is the opinion of the masses. So, you've not even read a piece. I'll be honest, I couldn't give a fuck about Martin or his piece. I'll be honest. I'll be straight up. I couldn't give a fuck about it. I couldn't give a fuck about Martin. I couldn't give a fuck about his piece. I don't care what his argument is. I just don't care. Like, I'm just saying from my perspective, I'm saying it from the perspective of the reality of the world. Is money is the thing. The market is the pusher. Everyone follows the market in some form or fashion. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the market. The only thing that matters is what makes the money. And Martin can cry, he can scream, he can go kicking and punching, he can write a beautiful little piece about his opinion and how he was here, whatever. At the end of the day, it means zero to the only thing that matters, the market. That's at the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. If he wants to go and make films that don't sell, that's his choice. He could do that. If he really wants to put his money where his mouth is, he could go and make all these amazing films and they could do absolute shit at the cinema and he just eats the loss. That's fine. He can do that. If he's rich, he can do that, and he should do that. If he really believes in it, he should do that. He should films that he thinks that would, whatever. He can go and do that. But at the end of the day, the masses don't care. I'll be honest. You may think, I'll be real with you. You may put a lot of love and whatever into Martin's words, but I guarantee 95% of the world gives zero fucks about Martin. I'll be honest. The average person, you ask me, you ask anyone I know, unless if they're film fans, no one gives a fuck about Martin. I'll be honest. No one gives a flying fuck. He could say whatever he says in his little piece. No one gives a fuck. The only people that actually care about what he's got to say are film critics and film people. That's it. And, you know, at the end of the day, the people that actually go and watch films are people like me. They're not people that, you know, the majority of people that sit in the cinema are not film critics. They're not film lovers. They're just people. And they're not going to give a flying fuck. You can go and say to them, go and read Martin's piece on this and that. They're going to go, oh, cool, I guess. They'll either not read it and they'll lie. They say, oh, yeah, I read it. It was cool. Or they're going to read it and go, oh, I don't really care. Or I don't really know what he's talking about. I don't really give a fuck. And they're not going to care. Like, that's just the reality is, you know, and I think that's something that people with passion have to remember, is that I have a lot of passion in video games, but I have to remember that the vast majority of people couldn't give a flying fuck about, you know, maybe someone who was a big part of the video game industry back in the day, they're not going to give a fuck about that person. You know, they're going to care. They're going to go, I want to buy the new COD. So that's it. That's the reality. There's a difference. But see, again, like, you know, okay, fair enough. He says there's a difference. But again, most people aren't going to give a fuck. I'll be honest. Most people aren't going to give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I read that right now, and I still don't give a fuck what he said. I still think he sounds like a boomer crying to the clouds because you know, things have changed. That's how I view it. I view him as just someone who's moaning. Like, yeah, okay, great. He gave a compliment, but he also was just moaning. Like, I don't know. I couldn't give a fuck about Martin. Like, I don't view Martin as impressive. I don't give a fuck about Martin. Martin could, I'll be honest, I'll be real. Martin could die tomorrow. I would give 0 fucks. I don't want him to die tomorrow, but I don't give a single fuck about him. Like, he means nothing to me in my life, to my views, to my worldview, anything. He means 0 to me. And so I couldn't give a flying fuck about bro or his view of, you know, oh, you know, maybe the set pieces were nicer. I mean, I have an opinion. I think that the current day CGI is awful compared to practical effects of the old days. I much rather see practical effects of the 90s or the 80s. I love how they did forced perspective. I loved all that. I love the animatronics of the Jurassic Park films compared to a lot of that shit now, which is all CGI. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that I care about that stuff because the vast majority don't. They will go and see the Jurassic World films and they will still love it. They will still see that, you know, there's little kids that will probably go see Jurassic World, whatever the new one is, one with Scarlett Johansson, and it will probably be entirely CGI, a bunch of green screens, and you know what? They'll probably come out of that saying, "Oh, Mum, Dad, I love that. I love all that. I love that shit. I love it. It's great." Maybe not shit, but they'll say, "I love it. It's amazing." They'll be, "Oh, I want to go buy some dinosaur toys." They'll have that same feeling that I had watching the original Jurassic Parks. They'll have the same feeling. It may not be the same effects. It may be inferior to certain people. But you know what? It may be inferior in my view. But you know what? Those people will still love it. Those little kids that will go to see that Jurassic Park film will still love it. They'll still be excited. It may not have the same level of story. You know, Jurassic Park is a great film. It has a great story to it. It actually, it's just it's a film you can watch anytime you want. It can be single. You don't have to watch the sequels to enjoy it. It's a lot more than just dinosaurs, as you know. It's especially the book. The book was fucking awesome. But at the end of the day, I was a kid. I saw Jurassic Park. I loved Jurassic Park because it was the big fucking dinosaurs eating the little dinosaurs and eating the people. I love that shit. And the little kids that go and see the new dinosaur film, the new Jurassic Park, they're gonna love seeing the big dinosaur eat the little dinosaur, eat the little fuckers. That's just the reality of it. And at the end of the day, Martin can, you know, he can scream about it, whatever. But at the end of the day, write a lovely piece about it. I don't know. I don't care. But at the end of the day, he's not gonna, you know. I mean, like I said, you can stand on business with everything you said. That's fair. But I'm just giving you the reality. And the reality is money talks. And at the end of the day, you can feel how you feel. That's fine. You know, Martin can feel how he feels. But at the end of the day, the money will talk. And that's why they keep doing the same films over and over again. Why do we need another Jurassic film now? We've already had Jurassic Park. We already had Jurassic World. Why do we need another Jurassic film? Because big fucking dinosaurs eat little dinosaurs. And people want to see that shit. That's the end of the day. That's
like
the end of it.
caveman mentality, I suppose,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So you can think,
way,
you know, you can think it's inferior. That's fine. I think the modern day Jurassic films are worse than the old ones. I still think the modern day MCU films are worse than Spider-Man 2, for example. Spider-Man 1 and 2 are still way better than pretty much any MCU film I've seen, maybe other than maybe 3 or 4 of them. But at the end of the day, they're making bits and they're making sales, and that's what brings people to the cinema. You could get rid of them, you could ban them, I guess, but then the cinema dies. Let's be honest. The cinemas are already struggling as they are. You get rid of those films, who's going to go to cinema other than film lovers? No one. It's as simple as that. When we go to all those films, we never see. It's always the same. When we go to these films, they're empty. They're always empty except for the big ones. We go and see these like films that no one's given a chance to. We go and see them. They're doing terrible in the box office. There's no one there. Like, it's literally just me and Rebecca.
Remember that one film we watched where it was literally just you and me? And
it was a fun film.
It was fun. Like, I mean, it wasn't a masterpiece, but it was fun. And like, I think at the end of the day, as long as people are having fun and enjoying it.
I mean, I've heard people describe cinema as being like, you know, they say, "Oh, that's cinema," and it's something where it can bring people in. It can change a worldview. It can and I would say Jurassic Park, I suppose, in that classic sense, it was cinema. It was the first time they saw big dinosaurs on a screen like that. It was done so well, and I always hear people say that was cinema. It was something different. It brought something to life that had never been seen before, but at that scale anyway. And I get that, but at the same time, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all films. They're all films, and I guess some maybe, you could consider some being special, but like, again, you would never agree on who agrees on that. There'll be people out there that say the best film they've ever seen is Endgame or Infinity War. And are those people wrong for thinking that? No, that's just because that's how they think. That's what they like. Again, I think COD is fucking shite. But do I think that people that play COD are less that aren't true gamers? They don't understand true games? No, I just think that they like COD. I hate it. I think it's awful. But if I said, oh, it's different. It's not a game. It's not a true video game. It's something else. I mean, no, I just think it'd be gatekeeperish. I'd be saying, oh, you don't deserve to be a gamer. I don't know. I just think that's, I don't know. I think that at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what people want to watch. And if people want to watch films that you don't define as cinema, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I don't think Martin should be out there. I mean, he has his opinion. He can give his opinion. It's not like his opinion's fact or anything. He can give his opinion.
I don't know. He's a bit of a sketch guy.
I personally don't care for Martin, but
I think it's never a good idea to idolize and think the world of celebrities, not really knowing who they are as people. I
don't even care. As I say, there's people that I really like that give opinions. George Lucas gives opinions on stuff in Star Wars all the time, and half of them I don't give a fuck about, but I don't care. I still love George in a separate way, but at the same time, I don't take him as like gospel. Like he had some cool ideas for the sequels. He had some fucking stupid ideas for the sequels, but at the end of the day, that's just that. And is his opinions, is his views. He didn't make them. He went and he sold them off to Disney, and Disney made them. And I don't think they're particularly very exciting for me, but at the end of the day, there was lots of little boys and girls who woke up, they went and watched those films, and they fucking loved them. They fucking love them. They absolutely fucking love them. There's little boys and girls who have all the Rey and the Kylo Ren toys. I wouldn't want to be seen close with those. If I'm going to buy a Star Wars toy, it's going to be, Obi-Wan, it's going to be Anakin, it's going to be, fucking, I don't know, clone troopers. I don't want to see the shit, but there's little boys and girls that are buying that shit in mass. They're buying shit en masse. They're buying thousands of toys because they love that shit. I don't know. But at the end of the day, everyone has their own tastes. Everyone has their own views. And Martin can have his view, but he doesn't mean anything to me. Martin doesn't. He's just a random old guy. He basically means the same as every other random boomer that screams about how the old days were better or different. He's just that.
I can't stand Fast and Furious. Can't lie.
Never watched it. Never will.
I think they're so shit, but I mean, if people enjoy them, they enjoy them. I don't really care that much.
I watched
Gas fucking goes on about it all the time. He loves Fast and Furious. He goes on about it all the time, and I'm just like, oh my god. But he loves it, and if it makes him happy,
yeah. I couldn't give a fuck. I've watched maybe about 5 minutes of one, and they were stealing like DVD players or some shit. I don't know. I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't care for it, but I turned it off. But I don't like cars, so it doesn't really excite me. If I like cars, it probably would. If I like cars, I probably would enjoy Fast and Furious. But I don't like cars. I think a cars is just waste of space. But again, like, who am I to say to other people, who am I to gatekeep cars? Like, I think cars are fucking terrible. I think they should be banned. But then, I sound like a nut job when I say stuff like that. So at the end of the day, I'm just an old man screaming at the clouds about how the old days were better or old days were different. We didn't need cars once upon a time. People used to walk everywhere. But the reality is the majority of people like cars. I can hate cars. I can think they're a menace to society. I think they've ruined high streets. I think they've ruined, people's fitness. But at the end of the day, the majority of people, they will drive a car and they will enjoy driving a car and they will never not drive a car. And so I can say to them, well, fuck this, it was better before. No, they don't care. They want a car. They want their fucking car. They love their car. But I mean, who am I to say to them, don't drive a car? That's what they view as life. A lot of people they equate cars with freedom. I think that's ridiculous. Freedom has nothing to do with cars. Freedom is the ability to live your life how you see fit, as long as you don't harm anyone else. without oppression or oversight from other, from a government or someone else controlling you. That's freedom. Freedom's got nothing to do with cars, but a lot of people equate freedom with cars. I don't know why, but they do. So he does praise. I mean, that's good for him. Again, I don't care. that's what I'm saying. I don't care about Martin. Like, he's nothing to me. So he can praise. Like, I'm not going to praise him if he praised the MCU. I'm not going to say sucking him off and be like, oh, I love Martin. I'll say the same thing now. I couldn't give a fuck about him. Like, if he sucked off Spider-Man No Way Home, I would just be like, I couldn't give a fuck about him. He's still just a random boomer to me, complaining about stuff or giving his opinion on stuff that no one gives a fuck. Well, certain people give a fuck about, but I couldn't give a fuck about. So that's how I look at it. He can praise whoever the fuck he wants. He can say what he wants. I couldn't give a fuck. If he likes it, if he dislikes it, I couldn't give a fuck. I really couldn't give a fuck about Martin. He's just an old guy. He's just a random old guy that's probably better off than most old people, I suppose, because he's pretty rich at this point. But I give the same amount of care about his opinion as I do any other old person. 0. At the end of the day, the only person I care about is my own opinion. So I go and try these things. If I don't like them, I don't like them. If I like them, I like them. Simple as that. Simple as. If I've never seen it, couldn't give a fuck. Like, that's like Fast and Furious. I've never seen them, so I couldn't say I don't like them. I just don't like cars, so why would I see Fast and Furious if I don't like cars? Nothing like an open road in front of you cruising. Freedom. Nah, that's not freedom, bro. That's not freedom. But a lot of people do equate it with freedom, which is fair. I mean, it's not really my thing, but for me, freedom is something very different. But again, that's like, I guess I could say that, in the same sense of Martin, he has his view of what's cinema, I have my view of what's freedom. If some people view cars as freedom, fine, whatever. Go be free driving on the road and paying for your petrol every so many miles because your tank runs out, I guess. Be free, baby. I couldn't give a fuck. As long as you don't run me over. That's how I'm looking at it. Is that, we have different opinions of what freedom means, but why should my opinion on what freedom means mean any more? I'm sure the person who wrote I'm sure the person who made the motor car probably thought, oh yeah, cars are really freeing. I'm sure that, no bias there. Totally no bias there. The big market, the big people behind the revolution of motor cars. I'm sure them saying stuff like, "Oh, cars mean freedom." Totally, there was no bias. But at the end of the day, if people view it as cars being freedom, then fair. Like, that's their choice. I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, we all have different opinions. I mean, we clearly have very different opinions on it. As I'm just giving the view on what is the reality, unfortunately, which is, we can all have our own opinions, but at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the market. That's the fact of it. That's the fact. The one fact of life as it currently stands is the market, not anyone's opinions. That's the only thing that matters is the market. It's the collective opinion of the people, and that's at the end of the day what will happen. People buy shit because they want it. Cars, people buy the cars they want. Games, people buy the games they want. Music, it's the same reason why pop music changes all the time, because people, the majority, will decide by what they buy, and then companies will always try to follow that and design stuff that matches it. And when you had a good example of something recently that very much changed, Katy Perry with her song Woman's World, which was very, very, very different from a lot of other modern day pop songs, and it did shit. Yes, she tried to bring back her 2010s vibe in the 2024. Not a good idea. Didn't work.
It wasn't even 2010s, though.
Well, it was 2010s, but shit.
Yeah.
It was basically the worst of 2010s in 2024.
A good example, I would say, is... I hate to bring up TikTok. I don't want to bring you on a tangent, but...
I hate TikTok, but people love it, so there you go.
No, true. But a lot of music companies and brands and things try and get their artists to make songs that have those like quick, snappy, very catchy, like little bites.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
TikTok songs.
That's affected songs, yeah.
Yeah, and if they're big on TikTok, it absolutely dominates the charts.
Yeah.
Like,
no, that's changed the way that music is made. Yeah, that's a good example. Exactly. Yeah, people, the market has decided, so people, song developers or song makers have to make their songs like that. But I'll be honest, yeah, I get that you value opinions of people that can write essays, but I'll be honest, most people don't give a fuck. that much. Like, most people don't care enough about this subject or most subjects to write essays on, and that's the problem. Is you're only going to come across opinions from people that care. The people that care about films, you're going to come across their opinions more because you look for that. You look for long essays, and the only people that actually are going to write essays about songs or about movies that much are going to be people that actually care about like this kind of level of debate. Most people aren't going to give a fuck. So you're going to come across these kind of people that do, and so yeah, you're never going to you're probably going to see a bias there where even if you disagree with that opinion, you've listened to someone who cares enough to write it. But the vast majority of people, the people that go to see movies and listen to songs, they're not experts. They're not people that care more than, you know, maybe a glancing amount. They're not going to care about it. The vast majority of people that you'll see in the cinema aren't going to go out and write a blog post. They're going to watch it, enjoy it, and call it a day. That's it. That's the majority of people. And, you know, that's it. I love games. Even then, I wouldn't write a blog post about a game. I couldn't give a fuck that much. I really don't. I really don't. I love games. I love GTA, but you would never catch me writing a blog post about GTA 6 because I don't care enough at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's like that meme. You know, when people do the meme. Well, let me get that meme up. I can't remember what the meme is. I can't remember the name for it. I don't know if any of us seen it. It's the one where there's like the group of people in a circle and there's someone else saying that shit or that isn't very good or whatever, and everyone else just they put their thumbs up and then just go back to talking. That's probably the majority of people there. They're gonna, you know, the majority of people that go to a film, they're gonna sit down, they're gonna leave. And if someone went over them and said, "Oh, I don't like that film because of such and such and such and such and such and such and whatever," they're gonna look at them and go, thumbs up, back to talking about, you know, Ultron getting his ass handed to him, you know, that you know, Thanos getting his fucking hand cut off and then, you know, killed. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna just go back to it. You know, they're not gonna get into a large debate about, you know, the color grading and the score and all the other, you know, the deep meaning behind the story. They're gonna just go, cool. You know, Thanos was cool. You know, again, that's how how most people are unfortunately gonna think, I guess. They're going to just, you know, if someone goes and asks about, you know, look at the average person who plays GTA. He goes, "Oh, what do you think of the, you know, such and such about the story? You know, the deep meanings behind such and Tracy and her relationship with Michael's relationship with Amanda and all that." They're just going to be like, "Yeah, bro, I like just shooting all the motherfuckers. I just like shooting the strippers." Like, you know, that's the reality of it. They're going to, you know, so you're only going to hear the opinions of people that I guess are willing to write the large long posts, and the people that are going to do that are going to most likely be experts, or at least, you know, informed about that. They're going to be people that maybe educated themselves, like went into education, people that did film studies or game studies or something, or music studies. They're going to be those kind of people. The average person doesn't care. The average person cares about as much about that as they care about boilers, you know. You only say when they come. I mean, that's fair. Like, I mean, yeah. But you have to understand that, yeah, most people here don't care about films beyond like a glance. Yeah, like how Brassy says, yeah, like 20. He's watched 20 films. I probably have watched maybe about, I don't know. I guess we watched a lot of films recently. I'd say probably about 150ish maybe. But most people aren't gonna know or care that much, you know, about it.
I say that like we're really enthusiastic about just watching things in general together.
Yeah,
Like we just do that as like a hobby because we enjoy doing that
but
together. But we don't
we're not
like.
film people, you know.
No, we don't like care that much. Like we're very caveman. Like me laugh, me have good time. Like
Literally,
if
I go
it's
watch those
like
films. At the end of the day, like I said, it's the way I see it is I just view it from the reality of money. That's how I've always viewed
yeah,
everything. I view everything from a very logical standpoint, which is money is the dictator of everything in life. At the moment in society in the West, everything is dictated by money. Everything, every single thing is dictated by money. People don't want to admit that, but it is true. Everything you ever do, every service. If you've ever wondered why something costs a certain way, why the PlayStation 5 costs so much money, because people will buy it. That's why it's £700. It's a fucking ridiculous price. People will buy it. That's why it's 700. Why is an iPhone £700 or 799? Because people will buy it. Why is the iPhone Pro 1,300? Because people will buy it. Why is why is food cost the way it is? Because people will buy it. You know, why has McDonald's put their price up? Because people buy it. At the end of the day, that's the reality of it. Is people, the vast majority of people base everything they do off money, and you know that's the reality of that. It's all, you know, nothing is valued Everything is through money. So, and ultimately, the money follows what is the popularity, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly it, Brassy. I can't lie. Me and Rebecca will. There's so many films that we want to watch. I can't name any of them. I can't name any of them, bro. I have to load up my cinema. I have to load up my cinema app. Like let me load up my cinema app. Why am I on 4G, bro? Bro, what's going on? Why am I on 4G? I should be on Wi-Fi. What the hell? This is why my thing keeps going down. Let me go to my thing. Log in. So I can list you all these fucking films. I can't remember any of them. I logged in. Log me in. Log in. Log in. There we go. Log in. Sign in. Enter. All right. So I'm gonna be surprised by some of these films. Like I genuinely can't remember any of them. Look, where's the bro? Come on. Why am I on 4G, bro? Come on. Pissing me off. I hate when it does that, when it puts you on 4G when you should be on Wi-Fi. Oh, I'm connected, but I've got no access to it. Well, that's stupid. Well, disconnected from stream, have I? I feel like I'm gonna get disconnected. I better still be on. Yeah, I've still got internet. Come on. Bro, why is this so slow? Fuck, man. I hate this website so much. It's so bad. Let me just go on my email then, because I'll have it on my email. Because I have all my email. I have all my receipts. So we went to see things like we went to see Imaginary. I don't remember what that is now. We went to see.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I can't remember any of that. I remember we went to see Immaculate, which I do somewhat remember. We went to see Abigail. Immaculate with Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, that was fucked up, bro.
Yeah, Abigail. I don't really remember her or him or whoever. We went to see. We went to see a lot. We've seen like Ghostbusters, Dune, Mean Girls, Night Swim. I don't remember. Oh yeah, Night Swim was that one with that like he kept swimming at night and there was like something coming out the plug. I think. Wonka, which I actually really enjoyed. Aquaman, Thanksgiving, The Hunger Games. Friday Nights at Freddy's, which I actually enjoyed. The Marvels. Killers of the Flower Moon, which I enjoyed. Exorcist Believer, I don't remember any of that. The Creator, I think that was the robot one. Expendables. The Gran Turismo film, I remember that one. The Blackening was actually pretty funny. That was the one we were on our own. Blue Beetle, Jurassic Park, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, which I liked. The Meg 2, which was full of scumbags talking.
That was so fucking annoying.
Talk to Me, which I remember. Barbie, Oppenheimer, Boogeyman. I don't remember the Boogeyman very well. Insidious, Red Door. Don't remember that very well. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. I liked that one. That was fun. Indiana Jones, which was okay, but I don't remember much of it. Transformers: Rise of the Beast, which I actually had a surprisingly good time with. The Flash, The Pope's Exorcist, which I surprisingly do remember quite a lot of, but that was only because it had that can't remember his name now, but he was fucking hilarious in it. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Evil Dead Rise, which I enjoyed, but I don't remember any of it. Shazam, which again I don't remember much of it. 65, don't remember much of it, but it had that girl and Adam Driver, which was cool. Scream, don't remember much of it, but I did enjoy it when I was there, I think. Creed 3, don't remember much of it, but I enjoyed it. Cocaine Bear, don't remember much of it, but I'm pretty sure we liked it. Ant-Man, Knock at the Cabin. Plane with Luke Cage's actor. Again, I don't remember much.
Oh, yeah.
Megan.
I'm
Avatar.
so excited to see the second one.
Oh yeah, Megan was good. Avatar, that I will always remember that one. That was one of the ones that just left me mesmerized. Violent Night. What the fuck was that? I don't remember any of that. Violent Night. Oh, was it the one with Santa where they robbed the place and then he got beaten up?
That was actually really good.
That was funny. Yeah. Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Pray for the Devil. Barbarian. I remember that one was fucking good. And then I think my first booking was for Black Adam on that app. So Brassy will be happy. You know, I think Brassy will like that one. Well, I like Killers of the Flower Moon, but I can't lie, we left early. But it was too long. It was too long. It was too long for me. I didn't like that it was like 3 hours long or 3.5 hours long. If it was like 2 hours long, I probably would have liked it. It was too long. But I kept checking my watch about 2.5 hours in. I was like, oh, fucking hell. Is it going to go on for another hour? I was like, please, God, help me. So we did leave a bit early on that one. I probably will finish it, though, when it's on... well, I think it's on streaming now, isn't it? Probably will finish it at some point. Once we're finished with everything else we need to watch, we'll probably finish it. But I liked the first bit. I thought it was cool, but like, God, it was so long. Like, I can watch an Avengers film all the way through, but can't watch that, bro. It's too much. It's too much. That's one of those films that I'd probably watch on TV, on like DVD or something, or streaming, so I can pause it and go back to it later. TikTok attention span, nah, even that. It just was too much. It was cool.
Can I say a hot take?
You didn't like it that much as people said it was.
No.
I could tell Rebecca didn't like it as much as I did. She was more you were lukewarm on it, weren't you? Whereas I did enjoy it. It's just too long.
On what?
On oh, you're talking about the Blood Moon or Flower Moon, what the fuck it's called?
Yeah, I wasn't like super keen on it.
Yeah, I could tell.
I found it interesting though, learning about like the sort of history behind it.
But you were less warm on it than I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it more than you. Yeah. What was your hot take then?
Looking back on Oppenheimer.
Oh no.
I don't think it was this big massive masterpiece that everyone
I thought it was great with the marketing between Barbie and Oppenheimer. I love that. Yes. Like, that's, I think, really fed it. I think Oppenheimer would have done okay, but I don't think it would have done anywhere near as good without Barbie. I think that marketing was genius. No, I'll be honest. Oppenheimer isn't a film that most people are going to go and watch off the chance, off the top of their head. Most people aren't going to go and see that. And I remember during the cinema, a lot of people were losing interest in it midway through. You could tell people were on their phones and were like moving around more. They were more like, they were getting restless. It wasn't a film where people were like locked in till the very end. I'll be honest. I thought that. Like, I remember before it came out, I remember thinking, I was surprised how much Oppenheimer did. I like Oppenheimer. I think it was a really good film, but it definitely only did as well as it did because of Barbie. Because Barbie and
100%.
Barbenheimer was just everywhere. It was on TikTok, it was on Twitter, it was on Instagram. It was big because of that, and people went and saw it because it was the thing. You know, that's why I think cinema very much is the big things. That it's the events, it's the public events, and that's why the Marvel films do so well. Is because they are the public events. Everyone comes together. Man, woman, child, people that love comic book films, people that don't, everyone comes together to see it because it's the thing, you know. But I bet there's so many people in the Marvel who don't even care about MCU films that just go because it's the thing. They hear about it, you know. There has to be, because when you look at all the other MCU films, they don't do anywhere near as good. So how the fuck did all these films that got below $1 trillion somehow manage to do so well with Infinity War? Because it was the event. It was the event. It was the event of the decade. People came out because they heard their friends, their family talking about Infinity War, and they just were like, what the fuck is that? People came out and watched it because of that. And I think the same will be true of many things. Barbie, but especially Oppenheimer, but Barbie as well, I think also benefited from people talking about it, memeing about it.
What I will say though, that may also be a hot take, was I think that Barbie was one of the best films ever. No, like, genuinely, like, I'm not saying that because, oh, I'm a girl and I love pink and I love Barbie, because I never had Barbie.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your view, I mean,
no, but the psychology behind it and like the actual deep story behind it.
Too much deepness, bro. I just wanted to see it for Ryan. I just wanted to see it for one person only, Ryan Gosling. That was it.
I mean, that's true, but still.
That's all I care about, you know. I don't care about the deepness. I just like Ryan. All right, I just like seeing Ken. All right, that's all I wanted, and I got that, and I was happy. Rebecca's being too deep on it now. Rebecca's trying to be like a film person. She's been too deep on it.
I'm sorry. No,
She's
but
been
I
too
feel
deep on
really
it.
passionately about Barbie. I really do.
Oh no. No, it's Ryan Gosling, Ken, that was all. That's all I needed. That's all I wanted. That's all I needed. That's all I ever want.
I love that he performed it at the Oscars.
Yeah.
He performed his song at the Oscars. That was funny.
But I guarantee
He's not a bad singer, to be fair.
If neither of those films had that event, I guarantee if they come out different days, if they come out different months, and they were just kind of on their own, I think Barbie would have made. I think both of them would have been profitable, but I don't think Oppenheimer would have done anywhere near as good. I think Barbie would have done okay. I don't think it would have done as well either, but I think it would have done okay. It would have made profit.
I think Barbie would have been amazing. Whatever.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think a lot of people came out purely for the fact that it was such a big event. Everyone was talking about Barbenheimer. What is it? Barbenheimer, whatever the fuck it was called. Everyone was talking about that for fucking weeks beforehand and then after. I genuinely do think it was what got as many people out for both of them. I think that both of them would have done okay, but I think Oppenheimer would have done. I think it would have made its money back. I don't know whether it would have been profitable. Maybe I would say a small profit. I think Barbie would have made a decent profit, but I don't think it would have made anywhere near as much as it did. Both of those, I definitely think they did better from because people like events. That's what cinema used to be. Cinema used to be events, but ever since streaming, especially, and even like home media, I just don't think as many people care anymore because most people just want to. I don't know. I think that like online and stuff has killed a lot of like the events. So it was good having that come back.
Are they like still as big as what I remember them to be, or not really?
Well,
I don't think they are.
Cinema I think they can still be very big though because the diehards will come out no matter what.
Yeah, true.
The diehards, if it's coming from I don't know, even a director, if it's coming from there'll always be the diehards, even if it's not like a huge like revolutionary film. If it's a good director, people will come out to see it because of that director. So there will be diehards who will always come to the premieres, always, no matter what. So the premieres will still be big, but I know I just don't get the same vibe from premieres like I used to. I think that's what people long for. People long for community events, and I think people come out to these big. This is why people come out to these big events, and this is why people will come to Avengers, because there's lots of people out there that just want that feeling of community. They want to feel like they're part of something, and everyone will come out for Avengers because of it. Everyone came out for Barbenheimer for it because people want to be part of that, and that's why those things will still hit hard. So that's what ultimately life is, you know. People want to feel part of something. And the thing is, this is another reason why these kind of simple films will typically do better, because anyone and their dog can understand Avengers. Anyone and their dog can understand Barbie. But if you give them some sort of really deep piece, a really deep thing, most people are going to blank. And I think that's why Oppenheimer, although it did really well, a lot of people in the show were getting a bit bored by the end of it. From the vibe I got, there was a lot of people moving around, phones on. I was kind of getting the vibe that there were people who were kind of getting tired of it. Although I think the nuke scene, got a lot of people. I saw a lot of people on their phone, and then the nuke scene was coming up, and everyone was like off their phone again. But I think that I think that's the issue with that. But I think that people, you have to remember as well, the average reading age in America is like 6th grade.
Is it?
It's something low. In the UK, it's like 11 or 14. Have you ever wondered why the NHS website in England is really basic? Like it talks, like instead of saying shit, it says poo. Have you ever wondered that? It's because the average person, well, I guess they wouldn't say shit, but it would say stool or feces. But maybe actually more people would understand if it says shit. But it says poo because the average person in England is too fucking dumb to understand what feces and what stools are. So if you start saying you need a stool sample, they'll be like, what the fuck is that? They'd be bringing stools and like actual seats into the fucking surgery saying, why do you need a stool? Like, that's how dumb the average person is. And that's in the UK. So imagine what the average American is, especially a lot of people in these states where the education system is so fucking atrocious. No, the American is even worse. Like, some of the states in America are like so low that I think it's like 2nd or 3rd grade. So imagine saying to the average 3rd grader, yeah, go and watch one of these like fucking really in-depth films. They're gonna be like, what? But you say, go and watch the film where they throw a shield at people and beat people up. They're gonna be like, yep. So that's just the reality of it. Almost everyone can also understand like MCU stuff, whereas like it takes certain people. It takes more, it takes people with better educations to understand some of these other things, and then it takes people who are actually interested in the subjects as well. So that whole film about like the flower moon or what that fuck it was called again, that's a film that if you don't give a fuck about any of that, you're not going to go and watch it most likely because you're not going to understand it. We watched it because we were interested in the whole the trailers were showing off the native aspect, and I was like really cool. I was like, oh, that's really cool. But and even we got a bit tired of it. Imagine if some random Donnie went and saw that, some random Donnie who barely finished 6th grade went and watched that. He's gonna go, what the fuck is this? Probably in a real American accent, real Texan accent. Be like, yeah, what the fuck is it? No, I can't do it, but you know what I mean. They'll be like, yeehaw, let me get my guns out and start shooting fucking people or some shit. That's what they'll do over there, bro. They don't understand what the fuck's going on. So the average person isn't gonna be able to understand or comprehend some of these topics. So again, it's why you want simple things that people can comprehend. It's why they have to dumb down all like the books as well. Like Harry Potter and all the Lord of the Rings books had to be dumbed down for like the movies. Because the average person is like, what the fuck? Well, especially Lord of the Rings, because that shit is... Harry Potter's quite easy, but like Lord of the Rings is fucking crazy. Like those books are crazy. So people probably would want to watch them if they had to go on all that shit.
I just can imagine going on the NHS website, like you're having a bad time in the toilet, and you go onto the NHS website, and it's telling you, like it's saying like poo or stool, it's just shit, and I don't know why that's so hysterical.
They should make that. To be honest with you, I actually would prefer if they. I hate when I go on the NHS website and it says poo. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, why are you talking to me like I'm a fucking 3-year-old? Like, I'm a little 3-year-old.
Like, who says poo past the age of like?
Yeah.
Like
but
10,
apparently
like,
a lot of people do, because the average reading age in the UK is like 11 or 14. Like, apparently that's what happens. So
I thought most people just said, like, if they were going to say, oh, I need to go to the bath, like, I need to do that, they would just say, I need to shit. Like, they wouldn't say, oh, I need to poo.
Well, that's what it is. So they start, and if you read, like, some of the stuff they say, like, if you feel ill and stuff, they'll speak to you like you're a fucking child. Like, oh, do you feel sick? Do you feel like... It's like, bro, what do you mean? I vomited. No, they don't mention vomit. They say you might be sick. You might be... Like, bro, they don't mention any of that. Like, they don't mention anything. Like, it's so fucking dumbed down for the youngest... Like for the reading age, and that makes sense because you have to remember the average British person. I think it's something like 50-something%, or maybe a little bit less now, don't have any GCSEs, and then it's something like young people. It's a little bit better because young people typically have been getting better, more and more. More and more people getting GCSEs, A levels, and university. But when you think about people who are middle age and older, a lot of them never had education like to the way that we are educated. So again, you have to make sure, you have to kind of appeal, you have to make your film or whatever, your art, to the to accommodate most people. And so it's hard to make films that are really deep meaning and meaningful and all that, because there's no point. You're not going to, if you're already trying to attract a small group of people, if you're trying to market your film, you want to market it to as big of a group of people as possible. So if you're saying, oh yeah, sorry, the only people that can have this, who can watch this film, are people who are actually educated high enough, then you're going to lose a lot of people. If you go and say, oh yeah, the only people that can watch my film are people that have got fucking college level fucking understanding of the English language, it's like, well, and history, like, people are going to be like, what the fuck? Like, no, I'm not watching that. I'm not gonna watch that. Otherwise, documentaries would do way better. Documentaries seem to, documentaries would be in cinemas if that was the case. Most people. That's why they had to dumb down Napoleon, for example. Like, I like the Napoleon movie, but it was inaccurate in a fair places. But I enjoyed it anyway because it was simple to watch. I didn't need to. I mean, I already know a lot of history about the Napoleonic Wars, but.
I had no clue.
Yeah, see, that was exactly it. Like, Rebecca didn't have a clue about Napoleonic Wars, whereas I did. So if we went to watch a fucking hardcore documentary about Napoleon, Rebecca would probably be like, what the fuck is going on? Whereas the movie was simple enough that Rebecca could understand it without any sort of knowledge of that era. Even though it was a bit inaccurate in a few places, but a few. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. And although Napoleon is like actually like 20 something around that period, and whereas the person who played him was like in his 40s, but besides that, you saw it with your sister and your mum. They all like it. That matters. Yeah. No, I love Barbie. I didn't care about all the deeper meaning. I just cared about Ken. I like the musical parts. I like Ken. I liked all the Kens, to be honest with you. Simple as that. Simple as like that's the thing, right? I can have like I'd say I'm fairly knowledgeable on certain subjects, but I can still enjoy and I still be happy watching stuff that isn't anywhere near my knowledge level because at the end of the day, I'm watching a film. I'm not learning in a school, you know. I'm not studying. I don't want to have to go back to my fucking essays about different subjects back in the day. My fucking English Civil War essay. I just want to enjoy watching people behead each other. That's me. I'm simple like that. I like it. But if someone like me is going to be, I still would go and watch a documentary about stuff. Don't get me wrong, I still would, but like not that much. The term feminist is so corrupted. It is pretty corrupted. I'm not a feminist. I believe for equality for all, but I'm not a feminist. I would never define myself as a feminist, but I do believe equality for all. And I think there's a lot of things stopping women from progressing in the world. Lots of old men shit that prevents women from progressing. And I also agree that there's way too many weirdos out there who touch women in inappropriate ways and all that. And I agree with. I pretty much agree with most of what feminism goes on about. Probably most, if not all of it. But I just don't define myself as a feminist. I never would call myself a feminist. So ever. But I don't think I just don't like to label myself because a lot of people on Twitter especially, they love to collect labels, don't they? That's what people love to do. Once upon a time, people used to hate labels because it was all about like, oh, I'm never late. I don't want to be labeled. I don't want to be labeled. And then, I can be anyone. And then now it's like, oh, I want labels. I want to be labeled. I want to be this, that, tick, 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 tick on all that. Sad. It's sad, So I'd never listed myself as a feminist. If someone asked me, are you a feminist? I'd say no. But if they asked me my individual views, they'd probably be like, yeah, you are a feminist. I know, no, I'm not. I don't label myself. I'm not a feminist. It's the same thing where like people really labeled themselves as anti-racists during the George Floyd stuff, and I'm like, I'm not an anti-racist, but I believe in a lot of the same stuff, if not most, if not all of what they believe in. I'm just not labeled myself as an anti-racist. I'm just me, and I have my views, but I do not label it. Fuck labels, bro. Labels suck. I think that's a big difference between like millennial and Gen Z, especially older than millennials. Giving yourself labels was so anti like not giving yourself a label. Breaking free was such a big thing, like breaking free from the labels that you were given by your parents and other people. But whereas nowadays it seems the other way around. Everyone wants to have a label. So crazy.
The thing is with like feminism is it's not even just like in the Twitter world and online world where it's very corrupted. Like I speak to a lot of people. I know that's still a very small portion of people in the grand scheme of
Anecdotal,
things,
yeah.
but yeah. So I'm just saying it from my sort of
clarification. Warning.
Yes.
It is an anecdote in this case.
Yeah. I would never class myself as a feminist because of things that I have seen and things that I've heard from other people who are men or people who don't really like follow that. Whereas I just want women to stop being harassed in the street, more or less. I just want people to be equal. Do you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't ever call myself a feminist.
Yeah,
But what I would say is that as I've gotten older, I have became a lot more like I don't even want to say feminist, but feminist. but I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to say it like that. Do you know what I mean?
You don't want to label
I mean,
yourself.
yeah, you probably noticed that. Like, I've definitely become a lot more like yes women.
Yeah, you are definitely a lot more yes woman these days.
Yeah,
But
but
I
I would
don't
never
blame you
call
because a
myself
lot of the
that.
people are really, weird.
Yeah,
Like they're just they're really out of touch. Like a lot of times, they're screaming about it too much. I feel. I don't.
yeah,
I wouldn't want to list myself as or label myself as one personally. That
yeah,
whole image is
exactly.
kind of off, and I don't want people to kind of assume, or if you list yourself as a feminist, that means you're like them or like anyone
Yeah,
else. Because I'm not. I'm
exactly,
not like them.
exactly,
You know, it's like when people say,
exactly.
"Are you an ally to LGBT?" I say no, and then they go, sometimes people get mad about that. But then I mean, my views on LGBT, and you know my views on a lot of things. I'm very much a yes, equality for all, but I don't put myself as an ally because I hate. I just don't get. I just don't like that. I don't want to be labeled as such, and then that way I'm in that little box that other people assume that all allies are like or all feminists are like. So I don't put myself in that box. I have my own views, and and that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't care if people don't. If people get angry at me, like if I say I'm not an ally and they go, oh well, fuck you, then I don't. If they don't want to hear me out, they don't want to listen to my actual views, then that's on them. If their entire thing is, oh, they have to hear you say the magic words for them to like you, then I don't want to be with those people. If someone has to hear me say I'm a feminist or hear me say I'm an ally, and they're not willing to listen to my actual views individually, then fuck that. I don't want to be associated with them. If they're not willing to sit there and listen for even just a few seconds, just ask me, clarify. So what do you think of what do you think of LGBT rights? I support them. I believe everyone should be equal. What do you think of feminism?
Yeah,
I believe that women are held down and oppressed in a lot of ways still by the old system. I think there's a lot of men as well who are still held down, but that's besides the point. Everyone's been held down to some extent, but I think specifically
yeah,
there are some certain things that affect women as more than men, and that they need to be dealt with. Everything should be dealt with, men as well. A lot of men have been held oppressed by the the rich, but there's a lot of things that specifically women, and those need to be targeted as well as on top of the things that affect the men. But we should get
yeah,
started and work on
exactly.
everything. You know,
Yes.
that's how I look at it. And so if someone just goes, "Oh, you're not a feminist," well, I don't care. I don't want to. I'm not here to make myself liked by you with your labels.
Yeah,
You know, and likewise, if they ask about LGBT, what's your views on LGBT? Everyone should be free to be who they are, with no
yep.
oppression by anyone else.
See,
Simple
I
as that.
also feel quite similarly to that as well. Like, I'm bi, but I don't
Rebecca doesn't label
say
herself as
like
bi much, do you?
no.
You
Like, if
never really
someone
tell people
asks
you're bi,
me,
unless if they ask. Yeah, you don't go around
yeah,
like
yeah,
labeling
yeah,
yourself as bi though.
yeah, yeah. Like, I told my old boss before he left, oh, by
Did
the way, I'm
you?
bi. And he was like, he looked really shocked, and he was like, "Oh, he was like, "Oh," like kind of like he was gonna say, "I'm sorry," and I was
Yeah,
just like, "It's
he's
fine."
been
Like I don't.
criticizing people who are like LGBT for so long, and then he found that out. He's like, "Oh shit, I've been talking to someone who's
Yeah,
bi the whole time."
and he likes me, so I
Yeah,
don't know if that's maybe
that broke his
like.
brain. That broke his
I think
brain.
it's broke his
That's
brain.
broke his.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where people hate, like they hate like
Yeah.
LGBT, and then they meet someone who's LGBT, and then they speak to them, and they realize, oh shit, actually they're not that bad,
Yeah.
and then they realize,
Yeah.
oh fuck, like I like that person. They're like, oh, I love that person. He's
Yeah.
such a great person, and then they find out they're LGBT, and they're like, oh, and then their
Oh,
brain shuts down because they're
their
like, oh,
brain
I
doesn't
don't
know
like
how to
LGBT
compute.
people, but I like that
Yeah.
person. So how does that work? And then sometimes
Yeah.
people double down. Sometimes people go, oh, and then they think about it for a bit, and then they start to
Yeah.
realize, oh, you know what? Maybe that was misplaced, that hate. But it
Yeah.
depends on the person.
Like,
Some people will be more open minded, some won't.
yeah, I mean, with him, he wasn't super outrageous, like, fuck it, like, completely. Like, he did say,
He wasn't politically
like,
correct, let's just put it that way.
no, he wouldn't say, like, oh, fuck LGBT. Like, he literally said to me many times, like, be who you want to be. But he was just like, I don't get it. I don't care for it. I don't want to know about it. Like, he was a lot more aggressive about it. And then when
Yeah,
I said that to him, that was amazing. That was the best, like, leaving thing I could give him. But
yeah.
I don't openly tell people. I mean, most people at my workplace do not know that I am bi. Um,
It's
if they asked
sad
me, I would
that
tell
you can't
them.
tell them, but
True, because a lot of them would probably stop talking to
yeah.
me. Legit, like a
That's
lot of
part of
them would
the
probably stop
oppression I
talking
was
to me.
talking about, by the way, the whole aspect of, people need to
Um,
be able to, that's part of the oppression that I am against but,
Yeah.
but again, I wouldn't list myself as that. But that's sad, isn't it? That you can't just be like, oh, I'm bi, because people would stop talking to you. That's fucked.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And whenever the conversation gets brought up in work, which I've always found really weird that you would talk about stuff like that in work, but because it's like really inappropriate.
yeah.
And I try and like diffuse it and try and say like, you know, people just let people be who they want to be. Like it's not affecting you. It's not like, you know, they're forcing you to be a certain way. Like just let people live their life like it's their life. And shouldn't everyone be happy? And they're just so stuck in their ways they just can't
Yeah.
see it. And that's fine. Some people will be like that and that's fine. And I'm not in a position where I feel like I feel lost without people knowing that, or like I feel really hurt and upset
You
by
can't
it.
really force people to change. The best thing you can do is just
No,
provide
exactly.
education and provide like the systems in place that everyone has got the chance to be who they are and has the chance to to succeed, and then hope that society changes following that. You can't force those people. You never
Yeah.
will. You'll never be able to force those people to view it the same way, and hope that as time goes on, people have changed. I mean, if you look at the differences now between say 20 years ago and now, people are a lot more accepting, and to the point where like if you go back and watch TV shows from back then, I remember Friends got a lot of shit for the
Oh
jokes they would
god,
make
yeah.
about being lesbian. That now, a lot of the Gen Z were like, what the fuck is that? So it's changed a
Yeah.
lot in 20 years. I think back 20 years ago is that people were just more quiet in a lot of ways. Like people were more casual racist and
Yeah.
casual sexist and casual, like in a lot of ways, I think
Yeah.
racism wise, people were just quiet about it. In terms of things like trans and stuff like that, it was just considered a joke. Um, Whereas now, like people are more openly racist. I feel like loud, and people are more open. And I guess because the subject of being trans has come up more now, people are more open, more talkative about that, more loud about that. And I think gay and lesbian is very much like about more like, yeah, it's kind of more people hate have come out to kind of fight it.
Yeah, yeah.
To try to fight the progress there. So I think it's just different. But I definitely think overall,
It is,
more and more
yeah.
people are more accepting. I would say a bigger proportion
For
of
sure.
societies. I mean,
It's getting there.
the fact that over 50% of people support gay marriage. If you went back 20 years ago, that was like nothing. Like no one, other than maybe the
Yeah,
small
that was
the LGBT groups, actually were for gay marriage.
yeah.
Whereas now,
Yeah.
over 50% of the general population support it. That's insane. So it has improved, and it will continue to improve. It's you can't force people to speed up. You just have to educate
Yeah.
kids to be more open and more understanding. I'm not saying
Absolutely.
indoctrinate. I'm just saying you're not going to say
No.
you must be accepting, you must be supportive. I'm just saying teach them how teach them the differences between different people, and that hey, that guy's gay, but he's exactly the same as you. He's just he likes guys. You like girls, whatever.
Yeah,
It's not a big deal.
exactly. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
don't that's all you got to do, and it works. Kids these days are a lot more accept. Well, some of them have regressed. Some guys, unfortunately, some young boys have regressed and gone backwards towards people like Andrew Tate. But I would say overall, especially I'd say overall, it has definitely improved. And
Yeah.
but again, if you force people to try to change, they will just resist more because people rebel, especially kids.
Exactly.
So you
Exactly.
can't force them to support it because they'll just rebel.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of do your best when they're young to help them understand, and maybe they'll come to their own conclusion. It's all right later on. They'll probably be like,
Yeah.
why the fuck am I hating it for no reason? So
Yep.
you know, you being a trans woman in the South sucks because you have to live daily life not being able to fit. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very
And that's why I don't like um
very
I
difficult
try
in
not
some
to make a big
places.
deal out of it because like I am biologically a woman, I identify as a woman. I don't have to ever worry about that, or do you know what I mean? Like I never have to worry about someone attacking me or harassing me. But then I
Well,
guess maybe
you
some
still
people
do in
would for
some
being
case
bi.
because you're bi. That's always something people
Yeah,
would maybe attack you for, and then you're also a woman,
I
so
guess.
inherently, although statistically men are most likely to get hurt by other men, women are
Yeah,
men are the biggest victims of men, but then that just says a lot about men and the currently stand. So the solution there is
yeah,
men should be a lot less aggressive to each other and into
yeah.
women. So I guess in that sense, yes, women
In a
are
way,
victims, but
yeah,
everyone is a victim to the shitty system as it currently is in
yeah,
terms of how men act. So it sucks, but you have to just improve it bit by bit. You can't change it all day one.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
L Gen Z, Soft Dons, W, Eminem. No, Eminem is actually probably one of the most like understanding of all the fucking people in rap. It's crazy how different he is to other people in rap. Although a lot of them are a lot better these days. They at least apologize for using the F word a lot back in the day. But I'd say Eminem's probably one of the most understanding because of his background, but also because he actually tries to understand, and especially with how he, as I said, with his children. Bro took on 2 children that weren't his.
I don't know. That's insane.
And looked after them, and one of which is non-binary, and still loves them, doesn't give a fuck. You have to admit that's a massive W for Eminem. Like Eminem's actually one of the best. Like I can't lie. Like I love Eminem for that. You know, when you see how many of them would just abandon their children for slightly, you know, look at fucking. I know that he's not part of rap, but Elon Musk, look how fucking quick he dumped his own children.
Yeah.
So fuck that. You know, be Eminem, don't be Elon Musk. Eminem's not perfect, but you know what? Tries. He jokes about it. But I think the difference is that he jokes about it because he can actually. He does it in a way that you know it is satire. You know he's taking the piss out of it. Like it's obvious with Eminem he's taking the piss out of it. You know, he has his own persona. Whereas I think the problem is I think a lot of people could joke about it. Comedians can joke about stuff quite well. It's when average people joke about it in a way that's not done well. It's done in a way that's kind of at someone's expense. You know, and that's the thing. That's the difference. Is how would you know if you could joke about it in a way that's not at someone else's expense. It's actually doing it in a way that's, you know, positive.
The thing is,
you can do it, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. A lot of people don't have the ability to do that kind of joke. A lot of people's jokes are just like, you like to put your dick in another guy's ass, ha 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 ha. Like that's the level of their joke. Like, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. There's like a difference between genuine hatred behind a joke or complete ignorance behind a
There's
joke.
ignorance, hatred, and then there's doing it well. Yeah, there's different levels.
And doing it well, like, and the thing is with Eminem and his persona, Slim Shady, is like he takes the piss out of everyone. So then in my mind,
true
I'm like,
that.
well, it's not like he's just taking the piss out of one group in particular.
He takes the piss out of white guys as well.
He takes the piss out of everyone, really.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really bother me personally that much. I mean, I can understand why some people might be bothered by it, but I mean, anyone can be bothered by anything, can't they? So
yeah, everyone's going to be offended by something, but I think it's just how you deal with it and how you do it. And comedians come up with some of the most craziest shit, but like it depends on the comedian as well. Some comedians are doing it as they want to hurt people, but then some comedians are doing it and they're genuinely doing it because they know how to like play with their audiences and have a joke with them. And it just depends. Some comedians are just shit. That's what, in my opinion, makes a good comedian from a great comedian. A good comedian can sometimes touch upon touchy subjects and still come away okay. But a great comedian is someone who knows how to get into it so they can have a joke where it would anyone else it could be considered, you know, if it come from some random person it could be offensive, but they do it in such a way that it's not done in a way that hurts people. They know how to craft it to make everyone laugh and be involved and included. And that's a great comedian, someone who's able to craft their joke and kind of move, you know, change on the fly to kind of fit with the responses of the people they're joking with to craft something that, you know, in the end doesn't hurt anyone. It's just a laugh and everyone's having a good time. That's a great comedian right there. And that's the difference there. But how you deal with it is, how you come across it is a lot of it. Again, it's like when someone asks a question. If someone asks a question about, if someone's ignorant and you know doesn't really understand a topic, and they say something that you know is offensive, I don't get angry because you were someone who's ignorant. You can just say to them, "Hey, this is what the actual reality is." If someone's ignorant and they learn from it, fair. Who cares? You know, not everyone's going to understand every topic to the max. But if someone's like ignorant and then chooses not to learn from it, or someone is hateful, that's the difference there, I think. If someone's specifically hateful or just ignorant but doesn't choose to improve. But if someone just genuinely doesn't understand it, and you correct, and then someone they get a little bit of information and they understand it and they go, okay, cool, I can understand now. Sorry. Why be angry at those people? I wouldn't be. So it depends again, it depends how you come across. But yeah, online is hard because of the if you don't know someone online and you say it, it can come across very hard unless if you can see their face.
Yeah, it's hard. Especially when you're so you can be really susceptible to hate because of who you are as a person, because of what you feel you truly are, and people just inherently are just going to be hating you for that because they're scumbags. So like I can understand why you'd be like not on
more
the
cautious, I
defensive,
suppose. Yeah,
but just cautious,
more wary
like,
that person, because you can't just assume the good, because you can't assume that they're being genuine or they're being decent and they're just not understanding because you've had experienced so much shit from before that you just kind of automatically assume in a way that yes, they are potentially going to be harming or trying to be mean. So that's an issue there, isn't it? It's like it's very difficult when you deal with stuff like that. Whereas you can't just assume the best in people. It's sad, but it's true. So many people are just shitty people now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not ideal, but oh well. But no, that's to take it all back and all that. Yeah, I just again I don't really care for labels again because there's people who put labels on themselves and then they end up being horrible in other ways. You know, people say, oh, I'm a feminist, and then you hear them and they come up with the most horrible shit about men. And it's like, bro, like I get you, I get you're not happy about men, but like you're coming out with some of the mad shit. So I don't like to listen to people based upon their label because anyone can just say I'm a feminist, but it's what their actual views are. Someone could say I'm a feminist, but then say they want to fucking lock up men. Like you might, and then you would say, oh, that's not a true feminist, but they can still claim it. They can still claim to be a feminist even if they have some horrible views. So I prefer just to listen to the individual view of that person, and that way you kind of get a better idea of what they are. So that's why I don't like to list it as I'm a feminist because again, like I have different views that some people may think is not feminist, or some people think is too far or too little, or whatever. So I just go along with that and just kind of yeah. So I don't really care about labels. Labels don't really interest me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's being in the south of America, probably not the easiest place to be if you are any sort of like thing other than straight. Pretty impossible. Not a great place. It's bad enough in some places in like other countries and where and some cities where things are better, but then you go somewhere south, it's like fuck that. These places are horrible for that. Yeah, it's difficult, but nah. What you can do is you do your best, and you know, every generation's gonna have a different view of what's acceptable and what's not. And I think the way it is even if you have a view that's not aligned with like a lot of these other things, I don't really care as long as you're not harming people. Like there's people out there that don't necessarily support a lot of stuff like LGBT stuff, but they vote for Democrats, or they vote for they don't vote for parties that are shit to make them worse. And if they don't, like if you're someone who supports Democrats, you support Labour, you believe in making life better for everyone, but you just don't care much for it. I just don't see the point of getting angry at those people because those people are still doing you a solid. Those people are still being helpful, being decent. They just might not care that much about it, but at the end of the day, they're not going against you. At the end of the day, they're not making your life worse. So good. That's how I look at it. Orange Man might have won the debate. Orange Man, if people vote for Orange Man, then the Americans that vote for him are dead. Dead to me.
I was gonna say, like, I just heard that he said the most maddest thing, well, one of the most maddest things ever said of that Kamala wants to give bottom surgery to illegal aliens.
Why the fuck would you want to give any sort of surgery to illegal aliens?
I don't know like the context of it because I'm only like seeing subtitles, so I don't know, but
that's crazy that so many people are so open with using the F word. The F word's crazy to use. Like,
I'm trying to think like back in school, like it definitely was used a lot, but
most people I know when they were being, if they were like, there was a gay guy, but he was just called gay. He wasn't called the F word.
Yeah, I remember when people used the F, so it was like not in a hating. I mean, obviously the word is, I guess, can't really say in a hating way. But they were just like saying the word, like when kids like learn swear words for the first time, they were kind of like doing that. But that's wild that people still use that.
No, I can't lie. I didn't hear a lot of it when I was at school. Like it was considered like it was considered a word that was like too far for a lot of people from my school.
Yeah.
Like it was very rare. Like it was very rare. Like I heard a lot more like I guess bad words for like trans, like with the the NY at the end of it. That word I heard a lot, but I never heard. but I never heard the F word. Like it was very rare. Most people just say, "Oh, that's gay," you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, like I heard a lot, like loads of people. I'd say the majority of people that I spoke to would say that's gay, but like, oh, you know, oh, that's gay. You know, that game's gay, kind of thing. You know, that was very popular when I was at school. But I don't remember the F word. Thankfully, in my school, I guess my school wasn't that bad in that sense. We had a few gay people and we knew of, and then we had a gay teacher, and he was sound. So I guess most people here didn't care, like didn't find it, but it was still more prominent than it should be anyway.
Thinking about it now, a lot of because my best friend was gay in high school, and I think he was like the only openly gay man in our year at least. And all the older boys used to walk past him and call him like the F slur and stuff. Thinking about it now, and I would shout at them.
What would happen if someone was gay but they didn't know about it yet and used it? Does it have to be like if you know you're gay and then you use it, it's fair. But if you don't know you're gay but then later on come out as gay, then use it. There's a lot of interesting possibilities with that one. But either way, I don't know. I never used the F word when I was at school. I did say stuff was gay though. I'll be honest. I'll be 100 about that. But I never used the F word.
I get the urge to say, like, if
for young,
like, you know this,
for young millennials, for like older, for young millennials, younger millennials, and like people that era, I think it's very, very strong because a lot of people used it. It was just such a common thing back then, so I think it's very strong. It still kind of sits in the back of the mind, like their body wants to respond to it. Yeah,
like when I'm feeling like really overly emotional or overly sentimental, I want to say like, oh my god, I'm gonna say something that's so gay, but it's just like because I used to think and say things like that when I was younger.
Well, I guess you're bi, so you can.
I mean, true, but like I still feel bad saying it because it's like I don't know.
No, I get. It's like with that old movie, was it, where he's like, "Huh, gay," that kind of thing. Yeah. That was such a big. Everyone fucking quoted that when I was at school. Fuck me, man.
Yeah.
Where whenever any guy especially would show any sort of like affection or anything, people would be like, "Huh, gay?" Like, oh my god, man, that was fucking crazy. And everyone was like, "No, I'm not gay. I'm not gay." Like, bro, it was a different era.
Yeah, everyone. Oh my god, I remember. Yeah, like people would get really defensive.
Yeah, people were so fucking defensive about it back then. Crazy. Everyone's like, "No, I'm not gay." But then, like, some people still do that now. Now, like, they say, next, whoever moves next is gay. I saw AF use that earlier. I was like, bro, like, come on, bro. This is 2024. This ain't 2004, bro. Come on. Right, bro. I'd be terrible if someone ever did that on like TikTok to me. I'd just keep walking. I'd be like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, why does it, like, even if I was, I'm not, but what if it was? Who gives a fuck? Like, bro. I just walk it along, you know? Like, okay, cool. Whatever. If you're queer and don't realize it's still, yeah, I suppose. I mean, logically, yes, that would make the most sense. If you're using it, you don't realize you're LGBT, yeah. But I don't know. Again, it's not really. I don't really get involved in all that discussion because it's not. I'm not part of the communities. I don't use it myself. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to dictate who can do this or who that. I would definitely think lesser of someone if I went into a job and some guy was like, if I had like a coworker who started saying, "Oh, that's, you know, that F word is this," I'd be like, all right, okay, this is who we're working with, HR. But again, at the end of the day, I'm not. Again, I that's the most I can do about that. You know, I wouldn't want to work or be associated with someone. But unfortunately, with work, you don't really always have a lot of choice, do you? So,
no, you don't.
It's one thing with friends, but work, yeah, you have to kind of just deal with a lot of these people. That's the difference. That's what a lot of people will struggle with. I think a lot of these like online Twitter people, when they're young and they don't have any life experience, they talk about ideals, but then they go into the real world, and unfortunately, the real world is not like Twitter. It's not like the ideals. It's, you will not always be able to get your way, and it comes to stuff like this. And sometimes you'll be in a job where you'll have someone who does that. They're related to someone who's higher up, or whatever, you'll never be able to get rid of them. And they will be saying that shit, and you'll just have to make the decision: do you stay and do it for your job? And a lot of people will, because you can't. Like, I always see this on Twitter when people say, "Why would you stay in that job? Why would you stay in that position? Why would you deal with that?" And it's like, well, money, because a lot of people don't have a choice. It's like when people say, "Why do you work for Starbucks when they support Israel?" And it's like, bro, do you think the average, the average barista or whatever the fuck it is at Starbucks has a choice to work there or not?
Yeah.
They literally have to earn their money to survive. So there's ideals, and there's obviously stuff we should aim for, but like we don't always get a choice, and you just have to kind of put up with it sometimes. Right, it's just how it is. That's life. And I think a lot of people who grew up on Twitter and they scream these ideals, unfortunately they don't realize that they're either not old enough to be in the job yet, or they are just a very shit employee and get fired all the time, because they think that the world is gonna give to them everything. And unfortunately that's not the way the world works. Unfortunately, you have to deal with shit people. A lot of jobs, you work with old boys who are unfortunately very conservative people, and you have to work with them. They're old boys. They're all, their heads in the fucking 1950s. They think black people are bad. They think immigrants are bad. They think trans people are bad. They think any sort of like gay, lesbian, whatever. They think they're bad, and you just have to put up with them because they're the old boys, and you can't get rid of them. You will be the one who goes. If something goes wrong, you report it. They will get rid of you to quiet up, because they need that person. They don't need you. So you just have to do your best. Obviously speak up on it, but if you can, but some people can't. And so when people go, "Oh, why are those people working at Starbucks still, blah, 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 Israel," I'm like, bro, like those people probably can't afford to quit because they will have no money and they'll have no health insurance, and they will probably end up dying or being very poor. And sometimes,
I think it would be nice if we could boycott.
Yes, but morals, money, as I said earlier, money rules the world, and morals don't pay the bills. Morals don't pay bills. Morals don't pay for your surgery. Morals don't pay for your medicine. Morals don't pay for your dentistry. Morals don't pay for your food. They don't pay for your water. They don't pay for your electric. Morals pay zero. Money at the end of the day is what it is. So all you can do is try to affect change by work, by hopefully, ideally, sharing similar mindsets with other people around you, and kind of building up a better community that way. Unfortunately, reality is there is going to be a lot of old fuckers and a lot of shitty fuckers around you that you just have to suck up and deal with, and it sucks, but that's life. Even no matter where you go, even in the most liberal of places, the most progressive of places, you will find shitty people who have shitty views, and that's all you can do is just do your best. But I think a lot of people on Twitter don't get that. A lot of the online crowd, they don't understand that, either because they're too young, or they just are shit employees and they get fired all the time, and then they go on asking for people to give them money to help support them because they've lost their job for the 17th time that year. It's like, well, that's capitalism, baby. It's shit, but that's capitalism at the moment.
Ma just fucking roasted the shit out of Trump. Holy fuck. Oh, that was beautiful.
Can't just change vocab too quickly. They said can't say R word just 4 years ago. To be fair, the R word, the R word was still very popular online until recently, but I think it's a shit word, personally. I think it's a shit word. I think it's just unnecessary. But then other people, what people have done now, they've shifted from saying the R word to saying that things and people are autistic, which I think is like, well,
I fucking hate that even
it's
more.
stupid.
I hate that even more.
Yeah, I actually hate that more. Because it's like, bro, come on, like, why can't people just say, I guess, because people say, oh, just say, you could say, oh, that's just dumb, that's just moronic. But to be fair, moron and stuff was used once upon a time as negative words as well. So, yeah, you could argue that. See, this is the thing. There's so many layers and so many tiers of this shit that, you'll never win if you get into an argument with someone. So in the end of the day, I just I don't try to police other people outside of, like, what I can control. So, like, on the Discord, on the stream, I don't allow that shit. But I'm not going to go... If someone here started saying the R word in another place, I'm not going to go and fucking say to them, fuck you, because at the end of the day, I can't. I'm not going to be able to dictate what other people do in other spaces.
Yeah, you can't really police
as long as they don't do it here. I know AF comes up with some mad shit because of his country of origin and his religion. He comes up with some mad shit sometimes. But my policy is with AF, as long as you don't say it here, I don't care. But I can't police him elsewhere. I can't go and police him in his own country. I can't go and police him in his other online conversations, because at the end of the day, that's just the way life is. So I just make it a policy where you have control, you can limit it.
to be fair to AF, hopefully he's not listening, the little fucker. He has gotten better
He's more
with
progressive than I'd probably
understanding,
imagine most Saudi Arabians are,
for
to be
sure.
honest with you. But he's not. He's still a
And I
bit.
do wonder if we had just shut him out and been like, "No, fuck you."
It would have probably
Like,
been worse.
I'm
Yeah.
not trying to say that. Oh my god, we're so good. Like we managed to
No,
to
we were
do
we were
this,
fucked up as
but
kids
like,
too. But like, that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like, if you
yeah,
lock people out, if you kick people out for being a little, for having slightly different things, you might end up making them worse because they end up going to find other people that. And that's why things happen with the Andrew Tate situation, or Taint, sorry, I like to call him that. A lot of the some people found themselves being ostracized by other people, and then they
yeah.
go into these groups where they become worse. They feedback loop off it. So I think sometimes it's better to just say to people, look, hey, look, we don't do that here. Don't if you do it here, you're out. But if you don't, don't do it here. I don't care what you do outside of the group. I don't care what you do outside the server, the stream, whatever. Just don't do it here. I think that works a lot better than saying, you're not. We're not. Unless if someone's like a full on. If I got proof that someone was being a complete like straight up racist outside, or strep anti-trans outside, like really hateful, I would be like, yeah, you're gone. But I don't think anyone here does that. I know that Caitlyn comes up with some mad stuff about illegal immigrants, and every time she says that, I'm very like, I always get very like, my hands clench every time every time she says that. But it's like, I get it. She's young. She has very Republican parents. I don't, and she's in a very Republican place. I don't want to just kick her out and say don't come
Yeah.
back, because her response to that will probably just be, fuck left wing people completely. Whereas at the moment, she does at
Doesn't really
least
know any
listen to some
better,
of
to
it.
be fair.
She does at least
Yeah.
she does at least talk and listen to it a little bit, and she does
Yeah.
sometimes take some viewpoints. So I don't want to be like, yeah, fuck you, Caitlyn, don't do that. You're not allowed here,
Yeah.
because it's the wrong. I don't think that's the right approach. So I think that's why I try to, I do clench my fist. I'm like, oh my god, fucking illegal immigrants again. Is that really what you want to talk about? Illegal immigrants doing some shit? But like, I don't know. It is what it is. Being diagnosed with autism, seeing how watered down people are making the term, some of that actually makes it hard. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not great, the whole aspect what people do with autism. People don't understand like it's hard for people of all race or all levels of autism, if you whether you have like whether you're the very low end of the spectrum where you're unable to look after yourself completely, you're in a effectively being looked after, like unfortunately in a chair or whatever, you're unable to speak, that kind of thing. And then there's people that in the middle who are able to kind of get by, but they have some tougher issues and they need help. And then there's the higher functioning, but even they need help. So it's like, yeah, people take the piss out of it in different ways, and it's just some people use it as an insult, like straight up, like you're the bottom of the of the groups, I guess, and that everyone like use it as a replacement for the R word, and then other people use it as kind of, yeah, some people even use it as just like, oh, you're high function, you've got an obsession with something, so you must be autistic, and it's like, again, it's not great because it's just annoying. It's like I do hate it myself, but again, you can't really you can't really do anything about that. That's just life, isn't it? People will use the words they want to use, and yeah, you know. Yeah, that's how I look at Caitlyn. Is she's young, she at least tries, like she at least listens to some of the stuff I say, because she'll sometimes mention stuff I've said about stuff later on. It's just unfortunately she listens. She's in a family which is very Republican family, and so it is what it is.
Doesn't justify it, but I can understand. I mean, my parents were very against anything to do with being gay or anything. Hated anyone that wasn't white. Like extremely, like hated anyone. And then they flipped and changed, which I'm thankful for. But if I had stayed in that bubble, in that hometown, in that bubble where everyone thought and did the same thing, I mean, I don't blame people for still being like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, of
yeah,
course, if everyone eats from the same hand that feeds them, then they're all going to be the same. Unless they, that's why I really like when people go to universities that are across the country and things, because then they experience other people and different communities and
yeah.
things like that. And maybe she will. Hopefully she will.
She's young. I have faith. I mean,
Yeah.
I was a very conservative person with all the same viewpoints. A lot of that. I used to be very much like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet here I am now, very different.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what it is, you know. We all.
She definitely does like raid, like bait, like for sure.
Yeah, she 100%.
Such a troll.
She definitely does troll a bit. She's like Brassy sometimes. Some of the things you'll come up with something that you know will kind of get me talking, get me yapping. But I fall for it. Not I don't necessarily. I recognize
You do
it.
fall for it.
No,
You
but
do fucking fall for it.
I recognize it, but then at the same time, I still go about it because I think it's important that you do. I think that yes, you know, it's sometimes you could say it's better not to say anything, but like at the same time, I know sometimes she's doing it, and I'm just like, let's go on it, let's do it, let's just argue it, you know, because why not?
Yeah.
Because I think it's important that you argue it. You don't want, you don't want to like sit by all the time and let it just go. You got to argue it. Sometimes I just
Yeah.
ignore it. Like sometimes I just completely ignore it. But like if I'm feeling up for it, I will argue just for the sake of it, just because I can. Like when she brought up the murder rate in Chicago, and I was like, well, the murder rate in Chicago is actually lower than in Mississippi, so you know. You know, the whole aspect of, hey, if you're an illegal immigrant, you aren't entitled to any sort of welfare because guess what? You can only get welfare if you are a citizen, which illegal immigrants are not. You can also only get any sort of welfare, depending on the state or the country, if you are a resident, which implies that you are a legal immigrant, in which case you can't get anything, you can't get any help if you're not a legal immigrant or a citizen. So, you know, the very word illegal immigrant kind of contradicts that whole phrase, you know, the whole term. It's kind of contradicts that. So, but nah, she's young, you know, she's young. And she's, you know, it's interesting. She's also got autism. You mentioned that. And Quartz has also mentioned they have autism. JB has autism. Something I've noticed, there's a lot of people with autism in the stream.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a lot more people with autism in life than we're aware of because obviously, you know, the rates of, you know, historically we've not diagnosed people with it, you know, like enough people with it. There's a lot of people who have it that have never been diagnosed, but it's quite interesting how many people here have autism. Something I just thought about.
It's crazy the amount of I never realized how many girls are underdiagnosed.
Oh yeah, girls are
with
pretty
autism
underdiagnosed. Yeah,
as
it's
well. It's
very
crazy.
difficult. That's the thing. If
it's mad.
Caitlin's being diagnosed with, that's really crazy because, like, yeah, it's hard to get diagnosed as a girl. So.
And I also never realized, me being ignorant, that symptoms. I mean, there's so many different symptoms and varying degrees of it, depending where you're on the spectrum. But like, it can be very different from not just person to person, but also a boy to a girl.
Yeah, girls show it slightly differently from guys. Yeah.
Yeah, which makes that even harder. So.
Yeah, a lot of girls can mask it very well. They go by and no one even knows. They'll have little quirks and stuff that will kind of give it away for people that know, but like they'll just get on with it. Whereas guys struggle a lot more with that kind of thing. But yeah, that's crazy though. It was so interesting when I thought about this now. Like there's so many people with autism in the stream, and I wonder if that's because like we don't like allow shit like towards like autism or other like, you know, different things like that. We don't allow like shit, or I don't know why. I'm really curious as to why so many people have found their way here with it. But I think Quartz has said before that one of the reasons that they like to hear was that we never like judged them differently for it, or we never treated them poorly for it, or like took the piss out of it. So maybe that's the case. I don't know. I've never really asked. I don't really want to ask because it might feel a bit like I don't want to really go around like doing a poll like, oh yeah, so if you've got autism, why, you know, like, I don't want to do that because it'd be a little bit like, you know, yeah, a bit too I don't know, maybe a bit too personal, but or odd or whatever, like to just kind of phrase it like that. But I'm curious, like, yeah, it's interesting that so many people with autism have found their way here in some form or fashion. And yeah, we you know, we don't take the piss out of anyone for it. You know, if someone does something stupid or silly, we don't take the piss out of them because they have autism. We take the piss out of them because they did something stupid. But it's also one of the reasons why I give Spade a little bit more leeway with things because, you know, he's a low on the spectrum and he struggles a bit with some like understanding some things or comprehending some things, and so I give him a little bit more leeway than I would say. Same thing with Gaz actually. I give him a lot more leeway than I would say someone who is not on the spectrum or higher up on the spectrum, because you know sometimes he just doesn't understand what he's doing or what he's saying, and so I give him a little bit more leeway than I would say someone who's on the spectrum or someone who is higher up on the spectrum who may be better, you know, who actually can comprehend fully what they're what they're saying and the ramifications of that. But someone like Gaz, he'll never understand some of these things. You can explain to him 1,000 times, he will never understand. He doesn't get the whole empathy side of it. Like, although he does feel empathy though. He does definitely feel empathy towards people.
Oh, for sure.
Like his mum. You remember he hit his mum once, and he said he never do it again. He'll never do it again.
Yeah.
And I've always taken that as he felt really bad about it, and he would never do it again. But he does struggle sometimes with some things, like kind of understanding like the feeling of what certain things make him feel like. So
yeah,
I give him a lot more leeway.
When my dad passed away, and I joined the party after being like not around for a few days, and as soon as I joined, he was like, "Oh, I'm really sorry about your dad," and stuff.
Yeah.
And he was like, really, like he can be really empathetic and stuff.
Yeah, he has his moments where he's just like really.
For sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things you kind of, because I can see why some people might get really upset about that, because it can be hard to have someone like Gaz as a friend, because you'll never have that same level of like of just understanding, like like you can't really go into deep detail on certain things. You can't really explain like deep feelings because he doesn't comprehend that level. He just
maybe really never felt it or like comprehended that feeling before.
You just have to kind of it's difficult because with like for example, let's say if I'm one of my other friends, I could probably explain to them deep my feeling on something, on how if I'm hurt or whatever. You can't you can say to Gaz, oh, I feel shit, or I feel bad. You can't really go into the deep dark of it because he wouldn't get it. So it's the same thing I think with some just it's difficult. So you gotta just kind of you gotta like change a little. You kind of have to be more accepting, a little bit more willing to kind of accept and deal with these things for some people. And it's not just people who have got autism, it's other people as well. There's everyone. I feel there's loads of people out there with maybe undiagnosed mental health issues or undiagnosed learning difficulties, whatever, and you just kind of have to adjust yourself to meet everyone's how everyone is. Everyone's a little bit different, and you kind of you can't just kind of do a one size fits all, because unfortunately not everyone can understand what you're talking about or how you've or whatever. So you just kind of have to set it out as best you can, and then kind of work with each person. It can apply also with like language difficulties. It's like AF, when he first came by, he had a very different language to the rest of us. He was very bad with English, and so you had that's why I didn't get rid of AF straight away, because I knew he didn't mean he was rude, but I know that it was because his language was so limited. And so words like liar of feck and you batch and stuff like that was that was the only thing he could really get out to you, was stuff like that. So that's why I gave AF a lot of a chance back in the day as well, because I knew he wasn't like bad. I just knew he's just someone trying to get by and speak to you. And so I don't know, I give loads of people different like levels. I don't treat everyone on the same level as but I think maybe that's one of the reasons people like it here, because I kind of treat people differently, not like in a bad way, but I give people more understanding or more patience with, depending on what is going on or what I can kind of vibe from it. Some people are very open and they say like straight up, oh, I got this or that. But some people are a little bit more closed and don't really say it, but I kind of react to that and kind of build my own level with them, depending on how they speak to me or things they say. So even before Caitlin was told us that, I was still, I always figured Caitlin was younger and she had those family members, so I always figured I was a lot more, a lot more like kind of reasonable to her than I suppose some might be. Some might be a little bit more rude or quick to tell her off. But one, she did tell us that, and then I kind of was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. So I'm not gonna go to her and say fuck you, or anything. I understand the circumstances, and I understand there's different things. I try to weigh it all up in my head. You crazy didn't know that? Thought Kay was trolling like you. Maybe she does still. Kaylin definitely does troll, but she definitely has she'll definitely say her truthful points here, and as well, and you kind of have to have to break it down what's what.
You have to decipher it.
Yeah, but I thought it was cool that I always like she felt comfortable enough telling us, which is cool. So, but that is something I've wondered. There's quite a lot of people with autism here, and hey, I'm glad that people feel comfortable being here and comfortable telling us. Cool. That's one of the things, I know some people would like to, I could see like, there would be people out there that would say that someone like JB is the R word. I could see that, but that's never been allowed here. If someone said that JB was the R word, bro, poof, gone. You're gone, bro. You're gone. You're out. So I guess that's probably why people like it, because you can not have to worry about shit like that. You haven't got to worry about some scumbag saying, "Oh, oh, you sound R word" or whatever. Like, because I know, like with JB, some of the stuff he comes out with, bro, is so. It's
Some
so
of the
like
women. Oh my
yeah,
lord.
but it's not even that. It's just the way the stuff he'll write about and the way he'll like speak. It can come across so. I can see why some people get really annoyed, but whenever we get annoyed at JB, it's never because of that. It's always because it's just JB. It's a fucking JB. Like, but like it's never because of what what he has or anything. It's just because it's JB. We get annoyed because fucking JB. But
I just get annoyed at him when he goes AFK.
yeah,
That's what I get annoyed at.
But some people, some streams probably would be like that. Some communities probably would be like, "Oh fuck you," JB's a blah blah blah. Fuck him, get him out. So it's like you see that with some gaming groups. They're so like yeah, like if you even dare to be slightly different from them, they just get so fucking pathetic about it, mouthy about it. So I don't know. We do things like how we do, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we're not going to put on a label on the stream saying we're autism friendly or anything like that. But you just because that would be fucking annoying. I hate doing shit like that. So it just feels so like pandering. Like, oh, we're LGBT, we're autism, we're such and such friendly here. It's like, are you doing that just to advertise or to make yourself look good, or are you doing that because you genuinely are?
Yeah, is it genuine or not? I don't
Some
know.
of them are, but some they're just doing it to be helpful. But then I feel like others are just doing it because they want to win some views. I don't know, but oh well. Anyway,
Your mantra is pretty much just like, as long as you're not a dick.
Pretty much. We're here to watch Fortnite or GTA. None of that stuff. Yeah, I mean.
Well,
I don't mind. As I said, I'll discuss it. I discuss it quite a lot because I think it's important. But like, I'm not gonna like advertise because again, it's just labeling. I don't want to label it. But if people ask about it, or if people, if a topic comes up about like, like whenever something comes up with Trump, I'll be very vocal on how I feel about his views on certain things. But I'm not gonna go around advertising it.
Fat orange man.
He's a fat orange piece of bacon. He is.
That's the one.
Yeah, fucking fat fucking orange cunt. Can't stand the prick.
He's not looking as orange as he normally does.
Good. Fucking orange prick. But anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm getting tired, by the way. So I was tired like half an hour ago. So I'm gonna go to bed. So no, anyway, I hope everyone has a lovely day tomorrow. Take care. God bless. I'll be back maybe tomorrow. If not, I'll be back on Thursday. We'll probably be doing Fortnite, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. I don't want to keep yapping, so I'm going to end it quick. You know how it is. So, yeah, take care. God bless. Have a good one. Peace, love, all that good stuff. Bye.